The clock keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way. Breaking through.
Good
There
morning,
she
traders.
is.
There we go.
I was like, oh, shoot. Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have expert trader Bull Barbie and expert trader Nick Does Futures. Good morning, chat. Good morning, all. How are you guys this morning?
Doing well. How about you?
Good. Yeah, I have my second cup of coffee, and I am feeling
Let's go.
good.
Oh,
Let's go. How are you, Barbie?
Doing good. Another
Good.
day on the ranch, getting it done.
Getting all the chores done, and the cats are doing their jobs.
Oh, the cats
Dogs.
never do their jobs. Why don't you ask about like any other animal? They're probably doing it. Cats, no.
taking care of the bees.
Yeah, I should be. It's really hot. I'm a little bit behind on my bee chores because it's too hot. But,
Yeah, it's hot here too. It's super hot. It's like 100 degrees. So
Oof.
well, we didn't get summer before because we had all this rain, and so we're all of a sudden getting summer, and none of us are acclimated. So it's feeling extra hot.
yeah, it's been hot too here too.
Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Denny, our mods, and Magnus, who's helping us backstage here. Who would like to go first? Let's take a look at the charts. I think there was some news this morning, unemployment data.
Yeah, we had like it's the initial jobless claims this morning, so we did see a reaction out of that. It was technically a miss, so we're seeing it on the charts. I guess I'll go first.
Thanks, Barbie.
So here's the daily chart where I like to kind of start and get a look at where we are, which is pretty extended right now. This blue line, I've been talking about it all week. This is a major trend line, and we have to zoom way, 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 way out. But this trend line connects all of the most major highs. So this is a very dramatic room. This is multiple years. This is basically since COVID where our trend line is, and that's where we are right now. So I'm taking that into consideration that even the bulls who have been very, very strong are up against a massive wall right here. With that said, I still am kind of thinking, so even if we get a move today, it may not be as big of a range. We have VIX pretty low. It's kind of about to bounce off 15, it looks like. So VIX is very low. So I'm not expecting major, I'm not expecting a 300-point day on ES or anything here. So I'm trying to keep to a decent size area of where I'm looking. So I do see we're in a very bullish market. So there is a possibility that the market can keep pushing higher. It might kind of test down here into the 63, taking everything backwards, 63.90 level down here. But if they can get anything going above the pre-market high, which right now is at 64.07 and a quarter, I think they're going to shoot for the 64.25. We'll have to see if they really have enough power. It's one of those things where a year ago, I would say, I don't know if they can really make it there, but we've got some serious bulls in the market right now. They could make it there. We'll see. So if we get a move up higher above the pre-market highs, I'm looking to see if we can make it to 64.25. That's my first target. If we start squeezing, I've got another target up there at 64.40. But I think that these are kind of the limits where it's just too hard not to take profits when you're in these sorts of extensions. So I'm expecting some sort of reaction up here. If we start coming up here and we don't even make the 64.25, I think it's likely that we get back below the 63.90. So that's kind of what I'm watching on the bullish scenario. If we start moving lower, and that's going to kind of be, I'm really watching the 63.90 level, but it could also kind of be a hint if we don't quite make it to the 64.25 that this thing wants to retrace a little bit. And if we do get that retracement, one of the places that I'm looking for down here is 63.86. That's just kind of this wick that I pulled, so it might be kind of more like 63.85. It doesn't have to be extremely technical. This is kind of an hourly low that I had found. But that would be my first target lower is the 63.86 area. And then the next one would be to challenge this. We consolidated in this area here yesterday around it's really the 63.75 to 63.80 area. And so that would be my next target if we move lower. I didn't really come up with an extreme choppy scenario because both of these could kind of be considered choppy. If we zoom it out to the daily, it'll kind of look like a choppy move. So I kind of think that those are the most likely is that we would be targeting either these levels lower or these levels up higher.
Thanks, Barbie. I can't believe we're talking about these levels. I remember not that long ago, it was like 6,300, 6,300s. I can't believe it.
I think this morning or earlier this week, I actually said like we're probably gonna hit 6,400 this week, which sounds insane, but it's there. So we're here.
There. It is insane. My goodness. Nick, what are you thinking?
Well, it looks like that Tuesday low of the week, like I said, was so Barbie. If you can pull up my trophy, the Tuesday low of the week is in. So ever since then we've expanded high. Yep, there it is. We've expanded higher since there, and then yesterday was obviously a big move. Today, I'm really watching these relative equal highs to get run. We're inside this 4-hour gap. It's a big point of interest for me. I wouldn't really hate a move lower here at open, like trapping people, short, and then making a move for these highs to me, like 3 or 4 of them are relative equal. I'll maybe do something like this at open, and then push higher. Worst case scenario, I do not want to, retrace this whole range, right? I mean, that would obviously suck, and go back down to here. But I want to see us, continue to expand away from weekly open, which is what we're doing. I just wish I was able to catch this move yesterday. But let me go to NASDAQ here. It's the same thing on both. I think just pay attention on the lower time frames to see what's the word? Like which one's stronger on there. Like once we do have like a move up, if we do have one, because although ES on the daily chart is stronger, you may see a lower time frame reaction on NQ that makes it stronger. So we're trading all-time highs on both, I believe. Oh no, we did not hit NQ's all-time high. So the high from Monday, which is all-time high, we have not hit that yet. So I think that's it. That was my target. That's
a good level to watch.
Yeah, that's gonna be what we're gonna watch there. So hopefully we're gonna move. I think best case scenario for me would be a move lower at open here in the next 15 minutes, and then an aggressive move higher, retest, something like that. That is what I'm watching. Gold sucks. It made the move higher, and then this gap here, you could be used for support. It just completely is disrespecting. I don't like that. But I mean, it could just be making an open low, high close, and run through all of this, all these candles right here. There's not a whole lot of gaps in here. That's one thing I like to focus on. Is if there's a lot of gaps, I get a little. It's easier for price to just cut through all that. I feel like, whereas in Q, I feel like it'd be really hard for NQ to have a move lower here, especially later in the week when it's not hit its objective. There was one question here. What do you anticipate as we get closer to Trump's tariffs, August 1st tariff deadline? He keeps pushing them back, and every time he does, or keep pausing them, the market pumps. So until he does it or sticks with it, I don't really care too much. I will say the euro. I was in a euro long yesterday on 6E, and I got stopped out because they agreed to a 15% deal. So
yeah,
that really sucked. You can check out my Twitter for that if you want to just I was crying. I think that is correct. There was one question here. What do you think about Judah swing to around 23 287. 23, 287. Yeah. So down to here and then higher from there. I think that's a little too low, to be honest with you. 287, that's like completely invalidating this 4-hour gap. It could happen. But you know, just look for some sort of Judas, like a move lower, followed by a move higher, aggressive move higher. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I answered all my questions. But yeah, so I'm bullish on NQ and ES today. I think NQ and ES look as best as they have looked all week because of what I see above us. I see all this. So I think maybe Barbie can agree with me, and that'll make me feel a little bit better. But yeah, I feel pretty good, but I felt good before, and then we just have completely fell apart and went the opposite way. So
Well, I mean, my only thing is it looks bullish, but I just have caution when we're just pushing extremes. So it makes it harder to push through. So it makes it less likely to get those extended targets. So I just want to be aware of where we are in relation to things. But we are in a very bullish market.
the one thing that makes me confident about today is that NQ high from Tuesday or Monday has not been ran yet. So
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if NASDAQ can catch up.
yeah,
I guess that's
I mean,
kind of
that's
the
only
play that you're looking for.
that's only 70 points.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I feel pretty confident about that. I just hope that the delivery is nice. Is all I hope for. But yeah, we'll be watching.
That is the key, right? Give us good entries.
Yeah, right. I don't want to like do like some upwards consolidation like this and then slowly go towards the target, because to me that kind of spells like it could just drop with like one candle. So yeah, that's it for me. Bullish and gold. I'm not watching, so just got my eyes on the Nasdaq and ES today.
All right. And we had Tesla earnings and Google earnings after the bell yesterday. So that
did.
might get priced in during New York. And
Well, I mean, Tesla had misses. I guess nobody's too surprised about that. They missed on EPS and revenue. So, and I guess in the guidance, the quote was, there could be a few rough quarters ahead. So something like
I saw
that.
that.
interesting.
Google
call.
had the beats. So that's good.
That is good. Great call on getting out of those calls yesterday, Barbie.
Yeah. I mean, people get hyped on Tesla, and I want to be in the hype play, and then I want to get out. So we got that one booked.
Nice.
Yeah, interestingly, one of the biggest income makers for Alphabet, for Google, was YouTube ads. So I guess YouTube's pretty popular these days.
Speaking of YouTube, our sub count we're well over 18,000.
Let's
Woohoo!
go.
Let's go. You guys all rock. Smash that like button. Sub to the stream. If you haven't, make sure you turn on your notifications for interesting, good pop-up sales that might happen. We never know what Luke and Burke are cooking up for us. And this week's promo is 50% off any account, any size. And then after that, it is 15% off. Use code YouTube for that. What should we set the bounty at?
While y'all are thinking about that, I want to point out it's a good time too to try out the new accounts.
Yes, the new accounts, the core, the scale, the pro, all fantastic new accounts. Use code YouTube.
I mean, we did 800 yesterday. I want to do at least that.
Yeah, we have to go up, always up. Equity curve up, sub up, bounty up.
Yeah, we haven't done a withdrawal on our bounty yet. So.
Yeah. Okay. So yesterday we set it at 800, right? So should we set it at what, 8? I'm seeing 825, 888. What do you think, Nick?
That's about 900.
Ooh,
Ambitious. Let's go.
ambitious. 900. Barbie, you think 900?
Let's do it. We can do that.
We can do it. It's Thursday, the day before Friday. We got this, guys. All right, 900. The bounty is set for likes and views. Let's go, guys. Share the stream. Make sure you tag MyFundedFutures, MyFundedTV, all of us. And yeah, let's do it. We have less than 6 minutes before the market is going to open. Anything can happen. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe we'll see a nice imbalance, hopefully, ooh, for the first like 5-10 minutes of the open. So I might take a 5-minute or break on the downside if that presents itself. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is the hourly chart. I did catch just a little under 200 in my funded account in pre-market because you guys know how I like to trade pre-market. But it does get me into trouble sometimes. Here's a 5-minute chart, VWAP. It just went up and tested it. So let's see what's going to happen. Less than 5 minutes.
Nick a bum.
What's up?
Someone called me a bum because I put the bounty pretty high. So they called me a bum.
You're
Well, it's been
ambitious.
higher than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Barbie.
You want to trade like the big dogs? You got to get big numbers. Let's go.
Yes. Oh, I think someone asked me about the accounts that were given away on my YouTube stream yesterday that I did. So I forwarded all the winners to the people at MyFundedFutures, and they will hook you up. Yeah, definitely hit me up on X if there are any problems. So follow me on X, follow Bull Barbie on X, and also follow Nick Does Futures on X. Great way
Come on. Nick stay killing the bounty vibes. Come on. We put it at like what, 700 yesterday and we had like 1.3K. Come on.
I think we put it at 800 yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we had
So
They can do it. Don't
We're
worry
good.
about them. They can do it. Somebody was asking what the orb is, and we cover this a lot, so I'm not going to go into huge detail. Plus, I have a really good video you can go watch. But it's just the orb it just stands for opening range breakout, and so traders trade it on different time frames. And so Terry was talking about the 5-minute opening range. So it's literally just the high and the low of the first 5-minute candle, but you can do it on different time frames. So I have an automation running on a 15-minute. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it's working right today.
Oh, Barbie, speaking of animation on X, or actually Discord, I retweeted Fabio's post on MyFundedFutures Discord that algos are officially approved, like allowed on MyFundedFutures.
Yep.
So you can just let the algos do all of the trading.
It's kind of hard to say, in my opinion, that algos aren't allowed at all in this day and age because there's a lot of gray area if you're using a trailing stop that's built into your bracket. Is that an automation? Yes. So I think it makes a lot of sense to stop trying to police that. And then it's also a nice benefit for us because we can use these tools. I don't like doing the same exact thing, going through the same exact motions every single day. So if I can program something, I will. And a lot of traders are like that. So thank you for meeting us where we are, by the way.
Yeah, I'm excited to try. I do need to hop in on that. I mean, it just seems like it's the future, especially with AI and everything that's happening. And maybe a computer, and not maybe, likely would do a better job trading than me, than hand trading because of the emotions. Computers don't have all those emotions.
You think that, I mean, that's the assumption, but that sounds like somebody who's never tried to program an automation before. There's a lot of little nuances. So you're assuming that the thing is going to work exactly the way you're expecting it to, and it doesn't always. That's the challenge with algo trading, is getting your things. There's all these little decisions that you make that you don't know you make when you're entering a trade, and you have to teach the computer all those. It's not going to make any assumptions. We make assumptions, and algos don't. So it's a little bit different.
Without, that's a good point. We make assumptions and then the computers don't, and we make assumptions and don't even realize we're making assumptions. Yeah. So there is news in about 15 minutes, heads up, the PMI, the flash services, and it looks like it is a red folder news event.
Oh, man.
At least on Forex anyways. Okay, less than 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go. Stream Clips is in some longs.
Looks like the high is 23,425.
$24 seconds. Everyone, good luck. Be smart today. Let's all be smart.
Yeah, we
Me
do have
too.
that news 15 minutes after the open. I always, but that is what it is. Just be
Yeah.
aware.
Oh, is it red folder or orange?
Well, on
Forex-
mine it's orange. Well, actually, no, on Forex
Fine.
Factory it's red.
Ding, 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 ding. Market is open.
Huh.
I think it depends on your source if it's red or orange.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that used to be on the folder I use. It used to be like red folder, like the website. And now I think it's orange. Huh? I've noticed that sometimes.
I
Like
just looked
new
on
home
Forex Factory,
sales.
it's red.
Yeah, new home sales used to be red folder. I remember that a couple of years back. I think. Oh yeah,
Nobody cares about real estate right now.
Yeah.
NQ is pushing higher in this opening candle. ES is also pushing higher. ES is up green by about 8 points, and NQ is green by about 84.5 points.
So you're bringing up the exit on Tesla. So when I sold those Tesla calls yesterday, they were in, I guess it went up to 6 something, but I sold it like 580, 590. Those are now worth $9. So that is why I exit before earnings.
Oh,
So
come on, I will trader if you don't hold through earnings.
It
Come
went
on,
from
Barbie.
590 to $9. And that's that IV crush, theta crush.
Ooh.
You lose the intrinsic value and the extrinsic value all at once when you have that move away from your earnings gamble. So a little ugly.
Oh, yeah. Good thing you got out of those calls. I wish I had a trophy so I could like give it
Well,
to
that
you.
is the move. And I don't know. People will say that I'm not diamond handing or whatever, but that's why I posted in the Discord. It's like I'm out of the Tesla calls because I like money. So that's the way
Yeah.
I look at it.
Who cares about titles of diamond hands when you've got diamonds in your bank account?
I mean,
That's
that's what I'm saying. I could go for internet clout, or I can go buy whatever I want. So you know which one I'm going to pick.
Yeah. Dior doesn't take internet clout for payment.
They don't actually.
NQ is reversing that green candle. Now it's trading below VWAP.
Yeah, I think this could be kind of messy leading into this first news.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me check the other calendar.
It's pretty. The tape looks pretty messy.
You said yours is orange folder, the one you use?
Well, I'm playing with a few different data sources right now because I have a project that I'm coding. But Forex Factory is red folder.
Yeah, that's red folder for me too.
I'm having to custom redo some of these.
Oh, good luck, Jacob. First day on his fundeds. Good luck, bro.
Good luck. Also, Jan passed some evals. Congratulations, Jan.
Someone said Michael Huddleston, ICT, would make a good duo with Bull Barbie on the stream.
Let's go. I agree. I would love that. That would be an exciting show.
So this first NQ candle, the high was 23,399.50 cents. It just went to go basically test the overnight highs. It did reject it. Now it is trading green about 50 points. See what happens.
Yeah, that is a crazy. I do have a feeling due to how it's reacting here, like big move up, and then like, you know, I have a feeling it's waiting for news too. I completely forgot about that news until you said something.
I did too, and then our bot posted too and reminded me. Somebody posted in chat, and then yeah, it's like, oh yeah, we do have that. So thanks for that chat supporting the team. Love that.
Let's see. ES gone and higher.
Whoa, awesome job. How are we doing on the bounty?
Well,
We
yeah,
just have to catch up on the likes, guys. Smash the like button. 2 hands. Let's go.
2 hands.
Terry likes to use both hands when she smashes.
Smash it. Have you guys ever seen like the strongest man competitions, like where they pull a car like with their teeth and like a rope?
Wow, I've seen them, but I haven't seen the pulling a car with a rope and
They
in their
do
mouth.
stuff yeah, they do stuff like that. It's wild. But that's what that reminds me of. 2 hands, guys. Smash it. Okay, I am going to set my order play in. I better hurry. This market is wild this morning. I'm going to go in with 3 micros. Hopefully we get it tagged in on the short side.
I'm seeing that same crap we've been watching all week where ES is trying to be stronger than NASDAQ too.
Yeah, the divergence. And I saw in pre-market YM was down quite a bit compared to the other
Mhm.
ones.
The Tesla's the only Mag 7 that's down bad right now. So see if Tesla finds support, then NASDAQ can go. It is almost down at 300 again. So
yeah, Riss said Tesla might bring down NQ.
I always, when we're in this situation and we have something kind of tugging on NASDAQ like that in the Mag 7, I always look to see where it's going to find support. Because if it's already kind of dragging lower, I feel like I've kind of missed that move, but I can kind of look for that bounce spot. So that was kind of my thinking on that one. See if we get down to the Tesla 300 and NASDAQ can find some footing.
I think if NASDAQ runs that 8 a.m. low, same with ES, I'll still look to be trying to get long, right? Like, I mean, it hasn't hit the highs or anything. No, unless it just keeps dumping.
The hourlies on both look pretty balanced right now. So that's the frustrating thing when you're trying to pick a direction, is when the hourlies kind of balanced on both. But,
it's almost like you need a big move one way or the other.
Like some news 15 minutes after the market opens.
Yeah, volatility. Yeah.
We love it. Volatility, we can't live without it, and sometimes we can't live with it.
Yeah, I know a lot of traders in April when we were having those super dramatic tariff moves, and we're just like, nope, not touching it. I want nothing to do with this. Of course, other people were like, yes, this is the best the market has ever been.
Yeah, it was like 200 points easily in one 5-minute candle, like all the time. It was wild. Oh, Vala Trades is in the house. Good morning, Vala. All right.
Chat says the bounty is smashed. How are our likes doing?
We're smashed! Woohoo! 2 hands. Awesome job, guys.
Group smash. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go, Nick, for setting that bounty. Nick is so awesome.
Haters. Let's go. Here we go. We'll go on again.
No
problem. Like there was like a random Nick roasting going in the chat earlier. Like Nick comes bringing the heat every morning, and y'all are like, I don't know. It's like,
let's go. Let's go. Nick believes in all of us. So we have unlocked the very first treasure of the day, and MyFundedFutures will drop that treasure. We don't know when. It can be within the next minute. It could be in the next 20 minutes. So everyone stay on your toes, watch the screen. Usually the treasure is a free reset and it's limited, so you have to be fast. It's either usually a free reset or a free account. So everyone get ready for that.
See here.
Okay, I am tagged in the short. We are short 3 micros at 23,338.50. My stop is above that first 5-minute candle, and I'm going for about a 1-to-1. Anything can happen because news is going to break in about 6 minutes.
That's one that I obviously we need volatility, we need some news, but I do sometimes not like the news like 9:45 and 10 because it kind of splits the session in half. Like,
yeah,
I trade from 9:30 to 11, and if there's like 10 a.m. news, I find myself waiting a good bit of time. So I really only have an hour of trading. But if we need the volatility and I see like a clear draw, and maybe we manipulate lower, then reverse and go higher, like that's good. But it does kind of split the session in half. So what I like to do, especially if we have 8:30 and 10, like trade the 8:30 to 10 is one session, and the 10 to 11:30 is another session. So treat it like it's two sessions. That's the best thing to do, because you don't want to be. Would you want to be long before 8 or in a position before 8:30? No. Would you want to be in positions before 10 or 9:45 or 10? No. So just treat them as two different sessions. And sometimes
It really does interrupt it. I always try to either be in a trade that I'm trailing, so my stop is above break even by that time, or just wait. So I did not get in a trade before, so I'm waiting. But yeah, it really interrupts the flow. They need to schedule that better. Who do we talk to? Who do we send foot pics to?
Russell.
We got a whole collection of pics that Terry sends me all the time. I need to know what I can do with those. I got to cash in on those.
Barbie, those are confidential.
You send them to Russell at all?
Not
To
lately.
Russell?
I've been sending them to Powell. I need that rate drop.
Yeah. What is that at right now? That percentage. Do
I
you see
haven't even
Trump having
looked.
lunch with Powell today? He's visiting the Fed today. He's going to meet with Powell for the first time ever.
Oh, I heard that.
First time ever. That
Yeah,
seems
he said they
weird,
never
doesn't
met
it?
in person a couple months ago. He said, I never met him in person. He's just an idiot. Quote.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
Comedian in chief, always. I'm
Yeah.
looking right now, but yeah, the boring thing is we now don't have any rate news for a while.
6 more days.
July
Oh, we do have one in July. For some reason, I was
31st.
thinking we already did that one. But yeah, that one's like not exciting. You're right. So we do have one. We do have one coming up next week. But then we have the September one's the one that we're really waiting for. And it like we don't have one in August. That's what what was in my brain. It's like we don't have one in August because we go basically 6 weeks without one.
There is a poll, you guys, in chat. If you like the music for the next code drop, make sure you vote. We're seeing some people love the music, some people hate it.
Well, they just don't like it when we change it up, but we change it up so we can get more winners or more variety of winners. I think it's a good deal.
Yeah, I like it because I like to do the shoulder dance.
I like to see who's paying attention, because those of you who are really actually paying attention know first. See? It's almost like we're rewarding people.
Have you guys speaking of like music and like creepy music, have you guys seen that movie called I Know What You Did Last Summer? Is that pretty good?
I read the books a long time ago. I don't remember, I haven't watched the movies.
Well, the only reason is it's the girl from Outer Banks, the Sarah Cameron. She's in it. So, and apparently it's got some good ratings. It's called I Know What You Did Last Summer. It came out a couple days ago. I was seeing if I want to go see it or not. Maybe someone else in chat can help me out with it. But yeah,
I know there's a new one. I know about the older ones.
Yeah, I want to go see a movie in a theater. I haven't seen a movie in a theater in forever.
That's kind of what I'm just making an excuse to go to the theater, right?
Yeah. To go get the popcorn, the theater popcorn.
Yeah, so my theater's got like unlimited. So if you get like the big one, you can get like unlimited popcorn. So, but
Troy's calling you out here on the real reason you're going to go watch that movie. It's not the plot.
Mm-hmm. I want to see. Like, people said Superman was kind of mid.
I haven't been excited about the summer movies at all this year. I don't know. Either they're boring or I'm really not paying any attention.
Yeah. I feel like when I was a kid, the movies were like 10 times better. Like we had Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man. Come on now. Like I was like GOAT.
It's good. Yeah. News in less than 1 minute now. Less than 1 minute. 58 seconds.
Nick needs some water cannonballs. Whatever that means.
Market is just trading below VWAP. NASDAQ is 49 points in the green. ES is 4.5 points in the green. Both are in the green right now.
Yeah, news in 30 seconds. Remember, reduce your risk, and don't want to be
Don't
in
be
front of a train.
stupid.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And if you are in front of a train, make sure your stop is in place.
I have a feeling that's just gonna rip. Like just looking at Barbie's Terry's screen.
Yeah,
like, I
I'm
just have a
seeing a lot
feeling.
of. I'm wondering about that right now too, because I see a lot of buyers that just came in like in the past 10 minutes. We'll see. We'll see
3,
if they
2,
know
1,
something.
boom. That's kind of weak.
Yeah, where is this? Show us the drama.
MyFundedFutures says music it is. Might drop it whenever. So everyone stay tuned.
PMI came in pretty close to expectations, so.
Okay. A nothing burger.
Yeah.
Dud news. Simon says dud news.
Well, now the market can do what it wants to do. Let's see what the market wants to do. Are we going to highs? Nick wants those highs bad. So
Those eyes
get
are
'em.
really bad. If we get a strong close here, could let it go long right here. All the highs, all the draws that I've been looking for are still intact. So a nice close above here in 5 minutes. There's a small SMT here, these lows from the 940 low and the 915 low. So could look good. And remember the high of the week, the all-time high is at 425. So if you went long in here, stop below here. Oh yeah, this gives you plenty of room. 2.5 R. Might take that. Might take that. Oh shoot.
Someone was watching how I'm watching buyers come in, and there's a few different ways that you can watch it. The most simple is on the level 2 order flow, which I know not everyone has. But any sort of there's, I mean, even like Bookmap is the most visual version. Anything that'll show you the actual time and sales of what's coming through the market. You can see which one's lighting up, because you have a bid and an ask. So what side is the order placed on? Is it placed on the bid or ask side? That'll help you see if it's buyers or sellers too. We just got in on something. I just have it on the wrong account, but let me figure this out. Okay, it's this one. So this is the orb. I actually noticed it's still doing the math slightly wrong, but it's pretty close today. It's closer than it was yesterday. So NASDAQ is not triggered in, but ES is. So this is the ES 15-minute orb that triggered. And this is my automation. So I get very frustrated when I have a setup that I've studied and analyzed and back tested and optimized, and then I can't execute it because I'm too slow. So that's what this is. It's executing it for me. See if NASDAQ, not quite in. But yeah, so the orbs are trying to tag in long. So I think Nick's going to get his move. All that hate for Nick in the chat earlier, and he called the bullish move.
I mean, the ES, the daily chart on ES is still red. Oh well,
Yeah.
ES now. Like, I mean, come on. Like NQ is a red daily candle. And like if you want to go short, you want to see it continue going lower. I felt like, like to me, this just looks like this day right here, open, low, high, close. But oh yeah, freaking those highs got hit on ES. But
I just have to shame the haters on that one.
Appreciate Barbie. Glad we were able to tag team that one. Tag team the haters.
Nick is awesome.
I am in the NASDAQ orb is tagged in now, so we'll just see how that goes. One of the things that I put in this automation, because when I'm trying to calculate this stuff really fast, we're asking my brain to do a lot sometimes. So this one's calculating my risk for me too. So some of y'all are asking, why are you only entering one, Barbie? And it's because I was too slow to change it. So we got in 5 MESs and 4 MNQs for my risk setup. I've been asked that a lot, like how do I, if we have a different number of points on our opening range every day, how do I keep that consistent? And it's by changing the number of contracts that I get so that the risk is always the same point amount overall or in the same range. It's not going to be exact, but.
And it's nice that you have it automated, so it just does the math for you. It's just all just number of
Yeah, there's the
contracts.
ES one. I like the ES one better right now. It's more fun. But that's been the move, hasn't it? Like, I usually love this trade on NASDAQ, but ES has been a little more cooperative lately.
Mm.
But we do get more nerves in NASDAQ. I mean, it's more volatile because, I mean, it does trade a little bit more emotionally.
Oh, yeah.
And when we've got tech and all that doing crazy stuff. Oh, don't stop me out. That's so rude when you do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, I'd say pay attention to what happens here at this. I mean, obviously, it's a big S&T at these highs. So I don't want to see big displacement lower. If I see big displacement lower, it could be signaling a reversal. Now that ES hit the draw that I was watching for the morning, but
this is the one. Oh, go ahead.
I think we still go higher. It just may be a little ugly.
This is the one that I'd hopped in kind of manually, just to take a quick little one lot in another account. We've talked about this a lot. I take different trades in different accounts because it helps me keep my whole business organized here. So this is an account that I trade manually. So I kind of liked that long kind of heading into the data there. So that's what I'm doing. This is what I mean, where I like having it trail. So now I already have my trail over break even, and I can just let this chill and see where it goes. So and I mentioned earlier, if we start getting close to the upper or the mid 20s, I'm going to start trailing really close. So that's what I'm watching. I got a few things going on here now.
Yeah, NQ is green by about 72 points. ES is green by about 12 points. Gold is red. It's down 23 points. And crude is so rude. It's up 1%, 0.72. Crude is so rude.
What did crude do to you, Terry? What did crude do to you?
It burned me during COVID times. Yeah. No, crude, those contracts are so big. I did add
They do have micros
into my short. Yes.
Just FYI. Guess how I found that out though? Because I was like, oh, I'm going to trade crude. So I typed in crude, and the first trade I took on crude was CL. And I was in my little small self-funded account, and I don't remember what the balance started with, but it was just like crude was moving. So my account balance was 10,000, and then my account balance was 4,000, and then my account balance was 12,000, and then my account balance was 2,000. I was like, ah!
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, those contracts.
I got out of that, and I was like, we're going to do the micros for a while, at least.
Yeah, for a while, it seemed like a lot of future traders were trading crude. And then now it seems like Bay is NQ. And we just love that volatility, right? It's sometimes.
Well, my Bay is still ES. It's always ES. But I spent years just trading SPX, 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 SPX all day long. So
options on SPX. Nice. Yeah, I'm still in that short based on the orb. Because I got tagged in on the short side on the 5-minute orb. And I did add to it once we were testing the highs of it with NQ. I added to it. So we are short 1 NQ contract and 3 micros in this brand new pro eval. Pro type of account is one of our new account types, core, scale, and pro. So hopefully we'll pass this in 2-3 days. I know it's hard to like take my time passing evals, right? Like I just want to pass or smash.
Yeah. Well, double smash, right? Is that double smash? Yeah.
Exactly. FIFA Football asks, Terry, what is an orb? Barbie actually has a really great video. Go check out Bull Barbie's YouTube channel. And there is a video there that talks about the orb and how she trades the orb. You can trade it many different ways. Yeah, go check that video out. I think it has over 70,000 views now. It's a great video.
Yeah, very good. I watched it too because I wanted to see like how I've seen a lot on like Instagram lately. Like, oh, trade the orb. I'm like, I'm just gonna go watch Barbies. Okay, like I don't need no 30 like little.
Well, a lot of people I think are kind of responding to my video too, because some of it is like these rules are better, and but a lot of times they're more complicated. And the whole point of my rules was to keep it really simple. And there are a lot of ways that you can complicate it, and that's actually why I like it. Is you can do whatever you want with it. So
yeah.
It's a really good starter trade to really put your own spin on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's good.
Congratulations to CJ. You made $500 so far on your short, and you're going to hold it. Good luck. Or you're going to hold it at least until lunchtime. Good luck on your short. Oh, let's see. 5 more minutes until it is 10 a.m. What are you thinking, Nick? On your thoughts for the day as this market is unfolding for us?
It looks a little choppy, I'll say. I mean, it kind of did that upwards consolidation on ES. Like it hit where I wanted to put it. I even put it on Twitter. I was like, what I'm watching today, I think this level gets hit. I just didn't like the delivery of it. And NQ is, I think, right at the opening price of since 9:30. So it hasn't really done much, even post news. So gonna wait till 10 o'clock, see how the 4-hour candle prints. And we got some relative equal highs up here on NASDAQ. But I wouldn't be surprised if we got another move lower on NASDAQ, create an SMT at the lows and shot higher, maybe doing like a late AM session move. But yeah, it's a little choppy at the moment. I think we could all sort of agree with the lack of displacement in here on the candles. I mean, this is the 5-minute, and the 15-minute doesn't look any better, So and the hourly, let's check out the hourly candles. Yeah, like the hour, like ES is higher, NQ is kind of like lower. So
it's just barcoding on the 5-minute.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Well,
this is actually really boring right now.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is
55 free resets. Use code COFFEE55.
Now chat's going to be quiet for a second. Busy chat. Let us know who got it.
55, that's pretty good. We usually do like 50 or 40 or 35.
So lots
55 is a lot.
Fox Moon got it. Pocket trade. Woohoo. Ooh, I like the music. Congrats, you guys. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Yeah, tune in. Continue tuning in if you guys didn't get one, because MyFundedFutures is fantastic, and they continue to give us accounts throughout the day. So hang out with us, and don't be sad if you didn't win one, because you might win one later today.
Yeah, I mean, 55 times what? 4 or 5 giveaways a day. That's like what? 300 accounts?
Yeah, a lot of accounts.
Pretty good. I've never watched any other streams, but I feel like that's a lot for sure. So congrats to the winners. The market has officially been chopped and screwed DJ style. Yeah.
DJ style. Yeah, we're just trading within that first 5-minute opening range candle, basically. Saying it's just back and forth. We are bar coding, going above VWAP, below VWAP, getting kind of seasick here.
The VIX is still holding low, so I'm paying attention to that too. That doesn't make me excited about moving lower, but I can still see us kind of moving up and tagging well, I don't remember what the NASDAQ level was, but on ES, I was looking at this level up here. Oh, I didn't copy over, but the 64, 24, 25 area, that's where if the market's going to kind of do one of those V shapes, or it would be upside down V, but if it's going to do that for us today, I kind of think that's one of the main spots to look. So
All right.
especially the way this is setting up, sometimes we just have to wait for news, and I know it sucks and we don't want to do it, but sometimes we have to just wait for the market to shake some things out, especially when we have that later news. So it's starting to kind of become more clear, at least for now, that it is trying to make that move higher, at least first. So
yeah,
see if it actually does it, or if it's super barcode. So
yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's been barcoding ever since last night. Since Asia hasn't really moved so much from there, but maybe we get a move. But I'm gonna head out here. I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Congrats to everyone who got the giveaway, and yeah, we'll come back Friday for a double smash, right?
Double. Let's do it. Nick believes in all of us, helping us set the bounty. Thank you, Nick. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, y'all take it easy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
all
This
right.
chop,
Well,
Barbie.
I know it's been a choppy week. We've gotten a few good moves, and then it waits and waits and waits. Even yesterday, the move that I was in took forever. I got interrupted. I was going to hop on my stream after this one, but people ended up showing up here and I couldn't. But I was outside talking to people, and I just kept I had trails, like little trims set all the way up kind of to my targets, and I would get another one hit while I was out there talking, and another one hit. So I was like, we're going to all-time highs. And they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. But
you do know what you're talking about. My goodness.
No, they didn't. They didn't know. Like, what are you talking
Yeah.
about? There were normals. I had to communicate with normals yesterday. They don't know what ES means. It was awkward.
Ooh, that can be tricky. Do people ask you all the time, like just random people who don't trade? Like, do they ask you for stock advice? What is that experience like?
So, I mean, I think you're talking about if somebody asks you what you do and you say if you say you're a day trader, they're like, "Oh, tell me what stocks to invest in." So I don't tell them that. Because that's not what a day trader does. I mean, I guess what some day traders do, but it's not what a lot of us do. A lot of us are trading the same thing over and over and over again. We're just doing little speculative moves, but they don't know that. And you don't want to sit there and explain all that. At least I don't. I don't want to try to explain to normals who don't care about finance what I do. So a lot of the times when I ask, or when I'm asked, I just tell them I'm a finance bro. Because that gets the point across, and then it's much more fun to talk about. It's more interesting.
So when you say, "Oh, I'm a finance bro," that just like they don't give you more questions to ask, or are
Well,
they?
sure, but it's not like, "Oh, tell me what stocks to invest in. Have you heard of XYZ LMNOP obscure stock that my neighbor's brother's cousin told me about?" No, I've never heard of that shit.
Yeah.
So I've had that conversation enough. Like, I don't want to have that same conversation over and over and over again. I think it's more fun to say something fun that people can have fun with. So
I'm going to try that. I've never tried saying I'm a finance bro. I'm going to do that. Here's Johnny.
You can differentiate between investing and day trading and point out that it's not the same if somebody actually cares.
Yeah, it is definitely not the same. Here's Johnny says, I tell him I'm a fisherman. Fishing for a good setup, I think. Yeah, I should try that. Mia just says, I just say risk manager for a prop firm. So it sounds complicated and they don't ask any more about it. I like that. What do you think?
Yeah, otherwise it's like the same thing over and over again. You're having to explain, no, I mean, I do invest in stocks, but that's not my day to day, you know. I invest in stocks probably closer to how regular people do. Well, it's a regular person who's into stocks. But when it comes to the day trading, that's a completely different animal. And people don't know about it, and they don't care about it, probably. So
yeah. Dean and Detox says professional gambler. That works too, but I feel like people will ask questions like get into the weeds. I think it's like I don't want to get
I
into
don't
the
think
weeds.
I am a professional. I'm not a professional gambler. Because gambling, like you're going on, I mean, there's strategies and things, but you're going much more on a 50-50 shot. We're not going on a 50-50 shot here. Because that's why I do all my back testing and analyzing and homework is it's not gambling. If I want to go gamble, I'll go buy some lottery tickets because that's random. This is not random.
Or go and play bingo.
Yeah, that's so I disagree that day traders are professional gamblers. I mean, if you're a professional card shark, then you're a professional gambler. But
yeah, Rocky Mountain Trader says, if you are gambling, time to refine your trading! Exclamation mark. Philippe says,
I used
indeed.
to I used to see it that way too. That we're that it is like gambling because we're placing bets on the market. If you want to put it that way, but there's a lot. You don't have to put it that way. There's a lot of different ways you can kind of put that. And I don't see it as placing a bet. If I have a risk management plan and a money management plan and an entry plan and all of that, it's not quite the same as betting everything on red. You know.
Abhishek says, I am an experienced gambler. Me too. Yeah,
That's
I
not
hear.
to say that we don't gamble sometimes. Like if I had carried Tesla options over earnings, that would have been a gamble. But that when I put that out to anybody in my community or anything, I always tell them that that's a lottery ticket. So you're buying a lottery ticket on Tesla. That might be a $500 lottery ticket. That's kind of expensive. I don't want to do that. But
that's a good way of looking at it. Like where it's capped and you know exactly like, okay, this is a $500 lottery ticket. Yeah, so market is just, we continue to chop. Not much is happening, which makes sense with the VIX that you told us about earlier, how low it is, and it's not really moving. NQ is still trading. It did below VWAP. It did trade above VWAP just a little bit. We're still trading within that 5-minute opening range candle, and we've been open for 35, 36 minutes. This is quite the snooze fest, you guys.
Especially on NASDAQ. So like I was saying, ES is big. Go look at ES.
Yeah, let's take a look at ES.
NASDAQ is still very, very, very balanced. I'll take this chart off for a second so you can see the difference. But the NASDAQ is very balanced. That's where you're seeing mega barcoding. Look what ES is doing. ES is trying to stair step up here. Adjust this chart so you can see it better. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Now what are we doing? So that's why it's really important to watch both instead of just one, is because I mean, there is a lot of volume on ES. You can, even if you're a NASDAQ trader, you can't ignore ES. I think it's the same both ways, but ES is not barcoding right now. It's making a move. That's why I got this going.
ES, your bay.
So, it is disappointing though, because I feel like I'm less likely to get this full extended move that I want without NASDAQ cooperating. So it might be if NASDAQ finally catches up and cooperates. But tech is a mess. Like when I look at tech, it's all over the place.
It is a mess. So this is the short that I got tagged in on the 5-minute orb. And then I did scale in and added more contracts, which I added a 1 mini once we were testing these highs of the orb. And so it is in profit by about $400 on this one. And then over here is short. This one is down by about $130. I am going to leave it on. It is tempting to close this one out, but I'm still, we'll see what happens. We are trading below VWAP. It's just chopping. Which one, chat? There is a poll in chat. NQ or ES? Which one is your bay? Someone asked me, what does bay mean? It means before anyone else.
Yeah, I am looking at tech, and that's what I'm seeing as a big mess. We've got Apple flat. Well, Tesla's down just, from yesterday yet. Google's reacting kind of negatively. Nvidia's flat. Amazon's pumping. Meta's up a little bit. Microsoft's up a little bit. Broadcom's down. So it's very, very mixed. I think that's why NASDAQ is not able to really get anything going through here. But I don't know. Hopefully we get the thing on ES. I'm kind of putting it all on this trade right here right now because I'm not seeing anything else setting up. But I've got the orb bot's supposed to be doing stuff. It's going crazy right now though.
Yeah. Tao Trades says she got to be rowdy and volatile. That's why I like NQ. Woohoo!
Yeah. But right now it's not. Right now it's hanging out, being boring.
It's being boring. Oh, it's about to get rowdy. It's about to get wild.
Okay.
It's slowly about to break this low here, this little pivot. So the contract that I added, it's up about $1,000 right now. So this is the eval, the pro account, 50K, and it'll automatically liquidate my trades once it hits $1,505. I put that in the risk setting. It is a 50% consistency rule, so that's why I have it set at $1,505. So we'll see. See what happens here. I'd love to run up like some expert accounts. That would be amazing. I mean, not expert. I'm sorry, pro accounts, the new accounts.
I keep saying the wrong thing too. I'm trained on the old stuff.
We are trained well with the older names, but so the new names, you guys, the new accounts is Core, Scale, and Pro. What are you guys liking about the new accounts so far?
So you're trying the pro right now, right? That's what I've got too.
You got the pro? Yep. Use code YouTube for 15% off all of the new accounts. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Abhishek says it's very affordable account with just $65 with promo code YouTube. I agree, and that's all in, you guys. There's no activation fee. It's just that cost with the code YouTube, $65. And I did the math. What was it, Barbie? Like $300 and something if you were to buy 5 core accounts and pass them and then get them to funded. So you're spending a little bit over $300 of real money out of your pocket for up to potentially $10,000 in sim funded drawdown. Like you just can't beat that. It's an incredible deal. All right.
I just always suggest that you pay attention to what kind of accounts, what the funded accounts look like too. I think everyone gets real focused on the evals. Pay attention to what you want in the funded also. Just FYI.
So when you say that, like what you want on the funded side, as far as like how often you want to get paid and that kind of thing.
What all the rules and limits. We're always focused on the initial price, and then what the eval rules are. And I think it's really important to also watch what the rules are on the funded account, because that's what you actually get paid for. I think we can be a little short-sighted sometimes, but we need to watch what we're actually getting at the end, because the whole point of doing the eval is to get a funded account, right? It's not just for fun. So what funded account do you want? And that's what I've been trying to help people with, because the funded accounts are set up a little bit differently and they have different limits. So that's my suggestion, is to pay attention to that.
It's a great suggestion. Definitely. So the TP was hit in the one that I scaled in, and this one hasn't been hit yet. But I will close this out because we already locked in over 1,000 on NQ, and MNQ we locked in a little over 100. So that's good on this pro eval account. So hopefully we can take the steps, get a little bit closer to another funded account. So we have 1 funded, and then I'd like to add 4. So we can do 5. Oh, that's the huge change. One of them of many. We can have up to 5 funded accounts with 50K accounts. So go out and get them. That is what I'm working on. Abhishek says, Terry, on full form. Thank you. Just trying to do it a day at a time, right, guys?
Well, I did get knocked out of my ES long, but now I'm tagged into the orb short. This is the orb trade's been a little rough because it's bar coding back and forth on both sides of it. But now we're in the ES short. No, we're in the ES long still. It hasn't stopped out yet, and the NASDAQ short. I'm not crazy about that when that happens, but
Yeah, when there's a
we'll see what
divergence like
happens.
that.
We kind of saw that coming with the how NASDAQ was really lethargic compared to ES this morning already.
Domo asks, how long does this promo last? It lasts till the end of the month.
Someone's asking me about earnings. Oh, we're looking at Meta. I pulled up the wrong one, but I will not. So I think you're asking me about holding options into earnings, like for the earnings call. I'm not going to do it, by the way. So I'm probably not the best one to ask for what options you should hold through earnings, because I'm probably not going to. The thing that I like to do is go look and see where a lot of volume is, like which option strike has a lot of volume pre-market, and then I'll hop on and ride that, but exit it before the earnings, because there's almost always some profit on that, and I want to keep that profit. That's how I did on Tesla. I got 50% on the Tesla calls, and my options are in hindsight, I know that my choices were basically take 50% or zero, and so I did the take 50%. That's the money that I had, the money that I bought the options for and the profit, and I would have lost all of that had I held it through the actual earnings call. And I know it's fun because sometimes you can wake up to massive gains, but it's also really hard. So even if you do wake up to calls that you bought out of the money and they go in the money during the earnings call, if you don't get limit out sold really super fast, you're screwed. And I don't like that. That's not a reliable way to make money. So what I like to do is kind of do that pre-earnings play when we've got the IV increasing, and if we can be smart about it and kind of join where the flow is, we're pretty protected, where it's a lot harder to lose money. And then if we make money, there's an opportunity to make money there. That's the way I look at it. I want to enter where I have the best balance between not being able to lose money and the prospect of making money.
So much to learn. I have so much to learn. Speaking of learning, Barbie, I do see a question. Can you please explain the max 1K payout on the core 50K?
I don't know very much about the core accounts, to be honest. We can go look at it though.
Yeah, let's take a look at it together. So I believe the max payout on the core account, the 50K, it's 1K is how much you can take out. So if you make 1,100 in the funded account and you have those 5 days where each day is $100 or more, then you can request a payout up to $1,000, which is awesome. All you need is $100 left in your account, so you can withdraw into the buffer. That is absolutely mind-blowing and amazing that we can pull out money within the buffer. Another reason why the core plan is so awesome, the 50K, for what, $65 and maybe some change using code YouTube.
You know what I find interesting? This is just an observation. So all of these plans are essentially kind of a new and improved version of some older plans. And there was already a budget-friendly plan, and nobody talked about it. And now that we have the new budget-friendly plans, y'all are really loving it. So that's why, I had kind of focused on the scale and the pro when I was talking to people. And I think it's interesting that y'all are into this core account. I haven't learned that much about it. I need to, so I can answer y'all's questions.
Yeah, let's hold
on. But that is what you're buying. Is you're buying, the more you spend, the better your payout options get. But that's not always the best for everybody, because some people are not ready to have those big payouts. You're just going for, you want to get to net zero and get your expenses covered. Like, it's baby steps. So
yeah, it's that big picture that you keep teaching us about, Barbie. Like, the big picture of all of it, and then also that we want to survive and to become very good traders for the long run, and not just like this instant, this week, this month, not even this year, but like the big picture. And the cool thing is like once we develop those skills, it's scalable. It's like game on. You just keep adding accounts. Jan Lupin says pro are the best. Yeah, so with the pro accounts, the advantage with those accounts is when you are moved to live, you can move way more money. And it's up to $100,000 in some traded funds per trader now, which is so, like, to me, that's a lot of money. Is that a lot of money to you guys in chat? Type in W if you want to win and you like the sound of that. Yeah, I think that is a ton of money. Let's see. Yes, Denny wants to win. Loves the sound of $100,000. Ghost of Dom. Yes. Leon, Liz, let's do it, you guys. I am such a firm believer that like the more the merrier. If we can all learn together, we can all go through this journey together, like ups and downs, and we pull each other up when we fall down, and we just keep going, keep learning all the skills and putting it together. We're building a positive, encouraging community here with MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. So I'm glad that all of you are here with us today. Just a day at a time, right? It's not going to happen overnight. It takes time, and it definitely takes commitment. You have to be so stubborn that you just do not give up. Just keep at it. Yeah. Barbie, when you think about your journey in the past, were there ever times where things just felt super difficult with trading? And
No, I've always been a pro at this. I've never made a mistake. I've never felt scared or disappointed in myself. Let's see. I'm just a pro. It's real easy. I don't know why people can't do this. It's super easy.
She's joking, you guys. Yeah, so during those
every
times,
single one of us deals with the same shit, and we all think that we're the only ones having to struggle, and then it makes us feel bad about ourselves and all this. But that's why when I give you all the little nuggets about the little things that break through, and kind of the general theme of it is always taking a bigger picture look. That's not even just in trading. That's all. I mean, that's kind of just a regular observation that I've made about people just having a really short-sighted perspective. And anytime, no matter what you're doing, if you can zoom out and get some perspective. Yes, I still struggle with this all the time. I work from home. I'm at home all the time. I'm trading all the time. And I know that the more I get out and talk with, normals, that kind of the easier things are for me, because it gives me that perspective. And we're comparing each other to other traders, and we're only posting. I mean, some people post horrible losses and everything, but that's not what we like to come together and celebrate. So naturally there's more celebration online, and then we feel like, oh, we're not doing this every day, even though we see it every day. We need to have it every day. But yeah, every single trader who has made it, who has met their goals, and they're making 6 figures, 7 figures, life-changing money, they've had to go through the struggles. So you have to have that resilience. Because I do bring this up, but when you're trading, you're an entrepreneur, whether you like it or not. And so you are kind of running a business, and that's hard. I mean, it's really hard to count on only yourself all the time. And it's a level of pressure that if you haven't run a business before is going to be new to you. And it is really hard. It's very, it'll test the crap out of you. So yeah, every single trader you see who is where they want to be has struggled, and we still continue to struggle. I have bad weeks and bad days where I wake up sometimes, it's like, this doesn't make any sense. I don't know how to do this. What am I doing? And then I have a few good trades and I get my shit back together, but we all go through that.
What has helped you the most to get through kind of those dips?
I don't think there's a secret key. That's what we're always looking for. We've all done it. I'm going to call y'all out because I'm calling myself out too. But we've always been looking for that one magic holy grail that'll outsmart the market and give us that insight of what's going to happen in the future. And it doesn't exist. So
No.
there's not one thing that you can focus on and say that's the turning point. It's you just have to be resilient, and you have to be. It's a balance between being stubborn and determined.
Yeah.
So we're always kind of walking that line, but I mean, anytime you can get perspective and zoom out, that really helps.
And that is what you keep teaching us, is the zooming out, like how I asked you the other day, if you were to if you could only teach a newish trader only one thing, what would it be? And your answer was like to zoom out and see the big thing, the big picture of everything.
I deal with this like with my kids too. They're both involved in athletics, and one of them's like very high level athletics, and so she's always around other high level athletes, and she ends up feeling like she's not good, and that this just amazes me. She's saying, "Oh, I'm not good at that, and I can't do that well enough." She's nationally ranked. She's like in the top 100 in the country, and she feels like she sucks. And I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it happens with whatever you're trying to do, especially the higher up you get and the more, I mean, they say it's lonely at the top, but yeah, like the higher up you get, the harder it is to get that perspective and things. But the more you challenge yourself and the more you get into that space, the more you need the perspective, because you forget, you get very focused and very involved in what you're doing, and you forget where you are. You have to remember how far you've come and what your accomplishments are, and no matter if they're what you consider big or, meeting your goals yet or not. We always have more goals. So I'm where I can do this for a living now, and I still have bigger goals. I'm not where I want to be yet. We're all still growing.
Thank you, Barbie. It's such a good pep talk. Pep talk with Barbie this morning, you guys. Let's go. So to answer some questions about the different plans, Abhishek did drop some links in chat. So make sure you go check out those links if you have some more questions about the core, the scale, and the pro plan. Thank you, Abhishek. So use code YouTube for the win to receive your discounts. It helps to support the channel. Thanks, guys. Bob says, come to the ranch. Bob, you have a ranch?
Boba's in the trading ranch.
Oh, Bubba. Yes, Bull Barbie's trading ranch. That is the Discord, you guys. Go and hang out at Bull Barbie's trading ranch. Oh, okay. Sarah asked, what about micro scalp rules? So there is no longer the micro scalps rule. We can micro scalp. However, Fabio was on the show and he did say 4 ticks. So it needs to be greater than 4 ticks. That's only 1 point in NQ. No problemo. Voltron says, where is the Texas meetup? What do you think? Do you want to do a meetup, Barbie?
Yeah,
A
let's
meetup?
let's crash Matt Leach's house. He'll love that.
Matt, if you're listening, party at your house.
No, we need to figure out a meetup though. And of course, I recommend Texas. It's badass, so everyone should come check it out.
Would you guys, everyone who is listening and viewing, would you be interested in a MyFundedFutures meetup? Type in Y if you are interested. I think that'd be fun to meet everyone and hang out and actually meet in person. Oh, Simon said no. Vala Trade says yes. Nusq, yes. I'm seeing a lot of yeses.
They're coming to fight. I know who's not coming. The guy who just said that Tennessee style barbecue is better than brisket. You're not coming. No brisket for you, buddy.
Oh, I think you triggered a war with Barbie. Yeah, we do have a lot of Texans as part of our team. Ashtray says yes. That would be fun. Maybe Texas might be the very first meetup.
I don't know
says
what you're talking about,
Albany
pepper
one.
on pepper. I don't think you've been to the barbecue places I go to. Some of y'all, I guess, go to one barbecue place in Texas and call that a day. I'm going to highly recommend you do a barbecue crawl because there are all these old school barbecue grill masters out here, and they all have their own style. And you should definitely see if you can decide who's the best for yourself, because that's what I like to do.
That would be fun. Like, what if we had a meetup in Texas for everyone for the My Funded Futures community, and then it's like a barbecue crawl. So,
Well,
like,
I
what
do
if we
have to
have a
let you know,
mission?
Terry, Texas is very big, so you cannot just like do a barbecue crawl in an afternoon. It's a project.
Okay, we would have to pick one city, a barbecue crawl within one city in Texas. Texas is very big. It's like as big as some countries, I imagine.
You can fit multiple countries within Texas. That's why, like, when people in Europe are like, people in the US don't travel very much. I'm like, I could fit your country and all your neighboring countries inside of my state. So chill.
Everything's bigger in Texas. Robert says Houston. Emmett says Houston.
We got a few people in Houston, so
Yeah.
big crowd in Houston.
Mike A says you can do a BB crawl in Austin.
You can. It'll be a little more like contemporary barbecue in some places. There's some more rustic places, especially in West Austin. If you go to the Austin suburbs, like Lockhart and Driftwood, that's where the good barbecue is. There's some good ones in town, though. I don't know all of the like cool ones these days, but the ones that people end up waiting in line for, a lot of those are in East Austin. I'm not into that. I'm not going to go get up at 2 a.m. and go sit in the line for breakfast barbecue. You can skip me on that. But
That sounds really good, though.
That's what they're doing in Central Austin and East Austin.
Barbie, I am looking at the time. I can't believe it. Time flew by. We're talking about barbecue. It's like all I can think about is food right now. So I have to go find some barbecue. Last minute thoughts for the day for all of us, Barbie, before you head out.
Well, Mike Extreme says that Extreme is actually Texas in reverse.
It is. That's so cool. Mike,
he might be trolling, Terry. He might be trolling.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think we had a good chat today, and I don't know. I think y'all started out a little hard on Nick, but chat was fun after that. So thanks for joining us today, y'all. I hope that we're even on a slow day, we're having some fun together, and I hope Ash has some good trade ideas coming up. Otherwise, I know he's going to have a lot of good bits of wisdom for you.
Thanks, Barbie. We will see you tomorrow, bright and early, with Nick. And yeah, we love Nick. And if anyone's mean, we'll body slam him tomorrow.
I'm gonna go get the Nick haters personally.
We're gonna get you.
Coming for you.
All right, bye, Barbie. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Let's welcome Ash. Come on down. Hey, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
Good. Yeah. Made some green in the funded account and also green in a new pro eval account.
Very nice.
Slowly working my way to hopefully getting 5 accounts funded.
There you go. Very nice. You guys are killing me with that barbecue conversation, though. I mean, I got to still get through my segment. Now I'm thinking about barbecue.
I know, right? All of a sudden, I'm like, oh, dang it. It's already it's already time. Yes, I will pass the baton to you. I hope you have a great show, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Alrighty. Hope you have a nice day.
Thanks, Ash. Bye, chat. Bye, guys.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? Welcome back to another segment with myself, Ash Trades. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Let's see who we have here today. I see a lot of familiar faces over in chat. So, hey, good morning, Denny. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Rocky Mountain Trader. Good morning, Bill E. Good morning, Rod. Good morning to MyFundedFutures. Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Corey. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Very excited to get back on here with everybody. Get another segment in. Another opportunity to gain more conviction in our business. Another day, another learning opportunity. Good morning, Pigeon. Good morning, Jordan. Good morning, Ice. Good morning, Mr. Abraham. Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Big Candle. Good morning, JC. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, there you go, chat. Throw it in chat. Is it good morning or is it good day? Where are you from? For some of us, it's still the morning. For some of us, it is the day. Good morning, Q Mendez. Hope your day is going well. Good morning, TT. Hope your day is going well. Hello, hello, hello. So let's see what we got here this morning. Talk about some of New York Open and today's action. This one was pretty clear for me because of the crack in correlation between ES and NQ. So if we take a look at the highs here on NQ, we can see that NQ failed to take out the swing high. ES, on the other hand, took out the swing high. Okay, so the position that I was looking at New York Open was NQ to go lower, for NQ to take out some of the lows. For this reasoning, there's a bearish crack in correlation here at the highs. The crack in correlation looks like NQ is the weaker pair, right? Notice how NQ failed to take out the highs. So in terms of a crack in correlation, this would show NQ is the weaker pair. Since NQ is the weaker pair, we were looking at the lows as a target. So you have the swing low to target, and then you also have an imbalance over here to target. Okay, so nice move lower there for the bears at the open. Pretty sloppy move, to say the least. We had the 9:45 a.m. news there. So that caused for some confusion. A lot of people like to wait for after the news. On top of the fact that there was nothing here that I could execute because the model did not have an FEG, right? So if I'm looking for the model that I trade, we do get a sweep of the high here. This occurs after the news, but we did not get an FEG aligned with the breaker. So there was nothing there for me to execute. I would rather fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct. If the strategy you're trading is not present, it's a very clear indication that you should just stay on the sidelines and remain patient. So I'm patient here this morning on NQ. The move lower makes sense. Now that we've taken out the lows, we're also getting some bullish SMT. So let's move from New York Open to current price action now. Now moving forward throughout the session, it looks like we're getting bullish SMT at the lows. So notice how ES did not take out the lows while NQ did take out the lows. So we've now gotten a new crack in correlation. We're looking at bullish SMT now. So now I would be looking for a move to the highs. In my opinion, I think ES will go and take another new all-time high. So short-lived move for the bears, in my opinion. It's hard to be a bear nowadays. So if you're consistently looking for shorts, you're going to put yourself in lower probability positions because the higher time frames just keep going higher. All right, we've We've gotten another new all-time high out of ES. Okay. I would not be surprised if NQ makes a new all-time high. It's not far behind. Okay. So we'll see if they want to move to the highs now. That move lower there at the open, I believe that objective has been completed. Now seeing the bullish SMT at the lows, now I would be looking at the highs as the target. So you tell me, chat. You tell me. Are you bullish or bearish for the rest of the session? Are you looking for the highs to be the target, or are you looking for the lows to be the target? What do you think price is going to do next? Now, if we take a look at the smaller time frame, we can take a look at the model that I trade. So this is why there has not been a trade this morning so far, because the model that I trade has not been presented. This is an example of the model. No, I did not take this trade. You could see that I'm not even in my live account. So it's very clear that there's no position on. Okay. I was downstairs getting a snack before the live stream. So this occurred when I was not in the office. So it's completely okay. I'm not going to chase this thing. I'm still going to analyze it and point to it because it is the model. But there will be times where, there's simple human errors. Me just not being in the office means my attention was not on the screen. So there was no entry here. But you do have the breaker block. So you can very clearly see the swing points. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. You also have an FVG aligned with the breaker block. So after you get confirmation to the entry function, you can go ahead and enter. So it looks like you have multiple entry opportunities here. And notice we're pointing to NQ. Excuse me. Notice we're pointing to ES. Right? We're analyzing ES in the higher prices because of the bullish SMT. Everybody knows that I use the Kraken correlation, the divergence as a confirmation to an idea. When we use that information, we're looking to long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair. Right? So that explains why I'm sitting here talking about a bullish position on ES, because of the bullish SMT, right? So in terms of how do you decide which asset to trade, if there's a Kraken correlation, if there's a divergence, long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair. Okay? SMT is how you analyze that. Okay, so since there's questions coming in about how to pick the pair, so let's go through it. We've talked about this in prior live streams, but let's go ahead and just do it again right now anyways. How do you pick which pair to trade? If you're watching NQ and you're watching ES, how are we going to understand which trade we're going to take? This is how I decide. Once again, I don't care about the terminology, whether you want to call it a divergence, a Kraken correlation, SMT. I don't care about the terminology. That's not why I'm here. Okay? I don't care who claims it. That has nothing to do with me. I just want to trade. This is the logic that I use to getting into trades. Okay? Here's an example of bearish SMT. When you're analyzing a Kraken correlation, when you're analyzing a bearish one, you want to be looking at the highs. Okay, so let's analyze the highs. You can see on this asset, let's say this is NQ. This is ES. Let's say on this asset, price swept the highs, whereas on this asset, price did not sweep the highs. This is an example of bearish SMT. The pair that creates the failure swing, right? This is a failure swing right here, meaning it failed to go above this high. That's why I'm calling it a failure swing. The pair that has the failure swing, right? This is the weaker pair. Okay, so when I have a bearish bias, that's when I'm looking to take shorts. When I'm looking to take shorts, I'm looking to short the weaker pair. Now, just for this example, ES is the weaker pair. You have to go into price action and use this concept to actually see the weaker pair. Okay? Just because it's ES this time doesn't mean it's going to be ES the next time. It's just the example that I'm showing. When you're shorting, you want to be shorting the weaker pair. So this would be the weaker pair because of the failure swing. Okay? Let's go into price action so that you can also see a price action example. Okay? Let's go to New York Open. Now, the important part to understand here is that when you're analyzing, you're using these same exact 2 points in time. Okay? So look at this candle here. Notice how this is the 21:15 candle. Look at the time at the bottom of the screen when I'm hovering over the candle. This is the 21:15 candle. Okay? Go over to ES. Look at the 21:15 candle. And that's when you get the measurement. Look at how ES this morning. So this very moment in time right here. Notice how ES went above that high. When it went above that high, it then closed back inside the range. This is an example of bearish SMT within price action. All right, let's go back to NQ. My chart is taking a while to load. And take a look. So this is the same exact drawing that I just put on the screen. NQ has made a failure swing. When you're looking to short, you want to short the weaker pair. So which pair would I think would go to the lows from here? It would be NQ, because in this example, NQ is showing to be the weaker pair. What do we target when we're looking at shorts? We target swing lows. We target bullish fair value gaps. So from here, I would think NQ goes to the lows compared to ES because it's the weaker pair. And you get exactly that. There's your example of bearish SMT. Now here's an example of bullish SMT. It's the same exact thing, just opposite. During bullish SMT, you're analyzing the lows. Once again, you're analyzing between NQ and ES. You can see that one of them took out the low, one of them did not take out the low. The one that makes the failure swing is the stronger pair. When I'm longing, I want to long the stronger pair. Okay, now take that concept and take a look at what we have. NQ ran below the swing low here, using the same 2 points in time, the 8:45 candle to the 10 a.m. candle. ES, 8:45 a.m. candle to the 10:15 a.m. candle. Notice how ES made a higher low while NQ made a lower low. This is bullish SMT. So what would we target when we're bullish? We target swing highs. It makes complete sense that ES is already back at the swing high compared to NQ. Look at where NQ's swing high is. Because ES is the stronger pair. All right, so throw a W in chat if that was clear enough of an explanation. The individual is asking, what is SMT? What's a Kraken correlation? How do we use it? How do we trade it? How do we identify it? How do we utilize it? If that makes sense, please let me know. If I need to make any more of a clarification, throw some questions in chat, throw some information in chat, and we can go over it. Okay? Can you explain why the weaker pair in your example isn't just setting up relative equal highs or equal lows for the future to grab liquidity? I'm focused on the present. I'm not worried about the future. I'm looking to efficiently react to the current information. That's the logic I use when analyzing current information. I'm not trying to predict the future. So whether it's setting up equal lows for later on, sure, maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know, because I'm not trying to determine the future. I'm focused on the position right now, what's happening right now. I don't care what's going to happen in the future. I need to analyze current price action. Ash, can you talk about how you choose to enter your positions based off the concepts you just discussed? Yes. So now let's bake it into the decision making. Let's take a look. For example, let's take a look. When I'm making decisions, it starts with the daily chart. I'm going to the daily chart and I'm determining a bias. Okay, so I'm going to the daily chart. I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. That's how I determine a bias. The last bias that I had was a bullish bias for both NQ and ES because price tapped into a bullish FEG right here on Tuesday. I was looking for a bullish bias to new all-time highs because of it. Feel free to just go back to Monday's live stream when we did our weekly outlook to fact check me. Purpose being is it starts with the daily and getting a bias. Once you get a bias, that's how you know what type of position you're looking for. So if you get a bullish bias from the daily time frame, then during my session, I'm looking for long positions. To confirm the idea that I actually can go in and execute a long position, that's when I'm looking at SMT. That's when I'm looking at a crack in correlation. So I then go to the hourly chart and I'm analyzing SMT on the higher time frame. So I use the daily as the bias. I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. That's how I determine bias. Once I get a bias, I know what type of position I'm looking for. Then I go into the hourly time frame to look for a confirmation to that bias, which is SMT. Right? So you can clearly see the SMT here on the hourly time frame as well. Okay? Look at all these hourly lows. Look at how ES keeps making higher lows while NQ took out the swing low. So you can see the SMT on the higher time frame, and then you go to the lower time frame and execute a bullish unicorn. Okay, so starts with the bias on the daily time frame. You get a bias, you know what you're looking for. Then you go to the hourly time frame to search for SMT. If SMT is on the chart, that is a confirmation. That means you can go into the lower time frame and look for your entry function. If SMT is not on the chart, that's where I'm not going to the lower time frame. Instead, I'm going to the sidelines and waiting. I'm waiting for a confirmation. I'm being objective to the information and efficiently reacting to it. If the confirmation's not available, don't trade. Just be mentally and emotionally controlled enough to simply not take a trade. So that's the checklist that I talk about in terms of having justifications to my actions, having reasons how or why I do things, is through the concepts that we've talked about here. So anytime you cannot identify the information, anytime you cannot clearly define your concepts, it is best to stay on the sidelines and be patient. Just wait. But if you have all your confirmations, that's how you use it, and that's when you go in looking to execute. Okay, very good question. Very good question. So same exact example is happening right now. You have the SMT at the lows. That's why I think we're reaching for the highs. NQ swept the lows. ES did not. ES is already back at the highs. This is proving the strength right here. So that example of a Kraken correlation, calling ES the stronger pair because of the higher lows, you're getting that result now, right? ES is already back at the highs, right? It took out the highs that we pointed to, whereas NQ has not. That's because ES is the stronger pair, says the Kraken correlation. Ash, do you have OCD or are you just an organized type of person? I don't know. I guess I don't go to the doctor's office much, so I'm not diagnosed. But if if having a trading checklist means OCD, then yeah, I guess that's me. I have a list of reasons how or why to do things, and I try to follow them to the best of my abilities. Maybe that's a good conversation to have real quick too. We're all humans here, okay? So you have to understand that, in my opinion, maybe it's just my opinion, but perfection's not a real thing, okay? So I'm sitting here having this list of things to do, but if you think that I don't make mistakes, that's where I'm going to tell you you're wrong, okay? Being perfect, doing everything perfect every single time, in my opinion, that's an unrealistic expectation. You should, try to be your best as much as you can, but don't knock yourself for the times that you make failures. You got to be okay with failing, okay? You got to be okay with continuing to learn and always be a student, right? You should be objective to those results, though. You don't want to be failing 80% of the time, right? You want to be failing like 50% of the time and then getting it right 50% of the time. So I'm just trying to set some realistic expectations here. I will have lapses in discipline. I will have lapses in patience. I will have lapses in documentation. I will have lapses in risk management. This is what being a trader is accepting failures, okay? Being able to fail and keep moving forward no matter the outcome. So just understand, if you make a mistake, do not attach your identity to that. Be capable of learning from it. Whether it's risk management, whether it's over trading, whether it's emotional or mental control, try to be as good as you can be every chance you can. But if you fail, be okay with failing. Okay. Perfect timing for the new poll in chat there too. Chat, let me ask you something. What is the hardest part for you in trading? Is it the psychology? Is it the strategy? Is it the risk management? Or is it something else? What do you all think? Is being in control of your risk management, is that the hardest part? Or is it the mental and emotional intelligence? Is it being capable of controlling your actions, controlling your thoughts, controlling your feelings? What do you think? I think everybody knows what my opinion is, because I quite literally talk about it every time we get on here. In my opinion, this business is 80% mental and 20% chart. I truly think that the mental aspect of this is the hardest aspect out of all of them. And that's why I just mentioned being okay with not being perfect. You're going to make failures. If you have those lapses, don't attach your identity to it. Show up the next day looking to work and learn with complete undivided attention and focus. Start with a new slate every single day, because yesterday's experience does not determine today's experience, especially when you don't allow it to. Okay, so just look to work your hardest every single chance you get. In my opinion, it's the mental, it's the emotional, it's the psychology. It truly is 80% mental, 20% chart. When you can fully accept the randomness of the market, that's when you can focus on risk management. Okay. In my opinion, there is a random distribution to probabilities. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is you can have a high probability position. It could work. It could also fail. You can have a low probability position. It could work. It could also fail. So if you're sitting there saying you're only going to take A+ setups, and that's the only time you'll trade, you have to realize that A+ setups will fail just as much as a C+ setup will fail. There's a random distribution of probabilities. You have no clue what price is going to do. What you can do is complete the justifications to your actions, do your due diligence leading up to the position. But when it's time to risk, you have to accept the risk and then allow the probabilities to play out. The moment you press any buttons, that's when you've lost all control. So do everything you can in terms of your due diligence before you press the button. Once you've pressed the button, you've accepted the risk, and that's when you have to allow the probabilities to play out. And you cannot control price. Price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. There's a random distribution of probabilities. Okay? So once you accept the randomness of the market, that is when risk management will become the number one priority. And when risk management is the number one priority, that's when you're going to start making progress in this business. Very good conversation. Very, very good conversation there. What do you guys think? I'm going to hop back over to chat. What do you guys think about the mental or emotional conversation we're having? The mental and emotional intelligence. I personally think the psychology is the hardest part of trading myself. Ash, I think the most important thing is patience, and patience again. First few years, the biggest mistakes come because of that. I've been impatient, and only time teaches that. Yeah, so the more experience you get, the more conviction you'll have. You have to be patient enough and deal with delayed gratification because you need to withstand the amount of time it takes to collect the data. Okay. Psychology is the hardest part because how can you really work on it? That is the hardest part. So there are ways to work on it outside of trading. Okay. Doing things you don't always want to do, but you do it anyways because you know it's what's good for you. That's what builds discipline, right? You don't go to the gym. You haven't gone to the gym in 10 years, but you know for a fact working on your health is going to better your life. So even though you don't want to do it, even though you haven't been doing it, I highly suggest you start going to the gym. You start going to the gym 3 days a week, every single week. That's when you're going to start building discipline. Same thing goes with eating, right? Dieting is extremely important. Your gut is directly linked to your mind. A healthy gut is going to be a healthy mind. So if you're over there eating snacks, not eating healthy, then you're not going to have clear thoughts. You're not going to have clear actions. You're not going to have discipline in your thoughts and your emotional intelligence. Okay, so very important conversation here. I love that we get to go over this information because, you know, this is what we deal with every single day as traders. So chat, if you're finding any value from it, if today's conversation is helping in any portion of your business, if you're finding any value from all the giveaways, if you're finding any value from all the hosts that we have here on the show, any of the education, any of the trades that we show, if you're finding any value from it, do me a favor, sub to the channel, like the video, turn the notifications on. We are doing this every day of the week. Extremely helpful today, Ash. Thank you again. Thank you as well, Mission Hills. I appreciate the kind comments. We're just here to work and learn any like-minded professionals that want to work on their business and try to gain more experience through showing up every single day, sharing ideas, sharing logic, going over trades. If anybody wants to communicate about this business, that's what we're doing here. We're looking to get 1% better every single day, every single week. Okay. Please know that there's no comparisons. Comparison is quite literally the thief of joy. We are all independent thinkers. The only person that's ever going to click the buttons for you is yourself. So take extreme ownership in your business. Use other people's experiences as a way to expedite your learning curve. Outside of that, take extreme ownership in your business. Take extreme ownership in your risk management. Focus on providing your undivided attention to that. Your results will show the respect that you give to your business. So become an independent thinker. That's what we're doing here. Developing a skill that nobody could take away from you, right? The moment you have an edge in this market, the moment you're capable of creating withdrawals and payouts, that's a source of income that nobody can take away from you. Matter of fact, the only thing that could take it away from you is if you don't have internet or electric or a device. Okay, so we're here to build every single week. We're going to continue to do so. And the only comparison you should have is your prior self. Let's get 1% better than our prior self every single day. And we could do that as a community, because when we do it as a community, that's where we get to get more experiences. Every time we go over these questions, every time we get through this information, that's repetition right there. That's what builds the muscle memory. If we're sharing these experiences, going over trades, talking about why we're taking the trades, how we're taking the trades, that's what's going to build that conviction. That's what's going to build that experience. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just take a sip of Gatorade, and then let's continue the conversation. I greatly appreciate all the questions and comments. Thank you, chat, for everybody that's participating. It's really providing a lot of value. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's continue the conversation. Let me just take a quick sip of Gatorade. Also, light blue Gatorade, by the way. I don't know if anybody remembers the question from the other day. Best Gatorade is light blue. All right. Thank you for the patience. Ash, talk about your experience on the live MyFundedFutures environment. Curious, and I'm sure chat wants to hear about it. Chat, would everybody like to hear about the live account? Let's jump into it. The live account has gone phenomenal. Okay. When you hit a certain amount of withdrawals within the funded account, you will be evaluated to get moved to a live account. Okay. When you get moved to a live account, there's some phenomenal features that are very beneficial. The live account has been extremely beneficial. For example, having access to a risk management team. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and take a minute to say thank you to them. We don't, get to give them enough credit. The people on the back end, the risk management team, you know who you are. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate all of your time, all of your help. To be able to have a risk management team on your side, helping you throughout that time, it's really going to emphasize that risk management. Okay. So, for example, right, they put limits in terms of a daily loss limit on the account. So having a hard stop, something that locks you out of the account when you've hit that limit, is going to keep you away from blowing the account. Okay. It has been very phenomenal because I've talked about it before. Having a maximum loss limit is key in your risk management. When you know what a loss is, then you'll know what a win is, right? If you're strictly getting locked out of the account at minus $500, then that means your winning days need to be $1,000 or more, right? 1 to 2 risk to reward. Okay. It makes it very beneficial to have other people, helping with the risk management and setting these physical things in place. It's not just an idea. These are limits that are set on the account to ensure that happens. Okay. The other thing that is insanely phenomenal, daily payouts. I mean, what more could you ask for? Could you imagine daily payouts in the fastest approval / payout firm there is? Every single time I've ever requested a payout from MyFundedFutures, it's been approved and the money has already been sent to my bank account in less than 5 minutes. When you get to do that on daily payouts, that is key. That is just key in day trading, right? So you make money, then you withdraw, right? You're available for daily payouts. Absolutely astonishing. The payout process is the smoothest and fastest that I've ever seen. So I also like the live account for the fact that, this isn't like a churn and burn type of environment. Okay. A lot of people like to play the sim game in terms of evals, churning and burning evals left and right. From my experience and what we've talked about during my segment, I'm always talking about bettering the bottom line. Okay, so I'm not the individual that is going to burn 50 evals just for one payout, burn 1,000 evals just for a couple payouts, right? So what I'm trying to say here is getting into a live account and then staying in the live account. Imagine having 0 expenses, working in one account, right? So that live account is in its 3rd month. We're on the 3rd month of the live account. So there's been 0 expenses for 3 months. On top of that, there's been a handful of withdrawals. We're at 120% total return. There's been up to 12K in withdrawals on the account. So that's a 120% return. It was a $10,000 account, and I've withdrawn $12,000 from it. That would equal a 120% return on the account. Now, imagine that with 0 expenses. So I'm quite literally talking from experience. When I'm sitting here going over this information, when I'm going over this logic with everybody here, it's because I'm talking about my day trading business. You're getting the day-to-day experience. So bettering the bottom line by having less expenses while increasing the top line by having more withdrawals, that's what we're after here. It's not a matter of how much you make. It's a matter of how much you keep. And that was the conversation that I was trying to have there. Let's say you go and spend 20K on evals in a month. Let's say your withdrawals on the month are 25K. Which situation sounds better? You churning and burning accounts for only $5,000 of net profit on the month? Or is it better to stay in one account, have 0 expenses, and have 12K profits on the month? Right? It's a matter of how much you keep. It's not a matter of how much you make. Once again, you need to be understanding your expenses. You need to be understanding your income. That is where the real risk management is. Okay. Yes, as a live account, we do have to pay the fees for the data. It depends on how much fees, it depends on how much data you get. That will calculate the fees, right? So I'm only looking at NQ and ES. I've only been trading NQ and ES, so I only need the fees for CME, right? CME data futures, right? If you're going to add on oil, right, that's commodities. So it depends on how many live data subscriptions you need. I'll go back and check. That's another thing. They take out the data fee at the beginning of every single month. It's not something you have to worry about. something that's dealt with on the back end once again. So another thing you don't have to worry about. But let me go back to the account at some point. I'll get back to you on that question regarding how much the data is. I just don't know off the top of my head, so I'm not going to give an incorrect answer. I need to go and look at the information. So goal is to get to a live account. If you guys haven't, I highly suggest that be the goal. Get through the evals, start there. Get through the funded accounts, do well there. Continue progressing to a live account. Get through the steps, get through the program. That way you can make it to a live account and get these benefits. Chat, what is that? Chat, I think everybody knows what the music means. 50 free resets using code GMASHY50. 50 free resets using code GMASHY50. Who's going to get one of the free codes? Let's see. Who's going to get one of the free codes? Last time, 50 free resets using code GMASHY50. Congratulations. Throw a W in chat if you got one of the giveaway codes. Throw a W in chat for us. Let's also give a thanks to MyFundedFutures. It's quite astonishing the value that they give out every single day. There's always a new code, multiple times a day. Thank you to MyFundedFutures. Thank you for the opportunity. It is quite astonishing how much value is provided here in the community at such a consistent basis. So thank you. Lots of W's in chat. Congratulations to the people that got the giveaway. There you go. Dodger got it. Thank you. AI Ash. Very good job. Ricardo got it. Very good job. Peter got it. Let's go. Congratulations, everyone. Very good job. Very good job. Sometimes we're going to do them scheduled. Sometimes they're going to be a surprise. Sometimes we're going to do the wheel. Sometimes we're going to do the form. We like to change up the giveaways all the time. That way the people that are here participating get rewarded for it. So congratulations to all the winners. This week so far, during my segment at least, I've done 2 scheduled. I've also done 2 surprises. So pretty 50-50 when it comes to that. Chat, perhaps we could drop 2 bounties in one of the afternoon segments. What do you guys think? That's coming directly from MyFundedFutures. So sounds like a good idea to me. I don't know. What do you think? Throw it in chat if we should. Ash, please tell me why I'm still itching to trade NQ, even though ES is giving better setups. Is it the dopamine effect? First of all, if you're feeling anything, then you're already in the wrong location. Okay? If you are executing emotionally, if you're executing impulsively, then you are not analyzing the data. You're analyzing your feelings. Okay? So in my opinion, anytime I'm not capable of being objective to the information, that's a time where you should sit on the sidelines. If you feel yourself getting impulsive, if you feel yourself being rushed, if you're not doing your due diligence, walk away. Just get away from the devices. You need to be analyzing objectively, which means without influence. And you need to be reading the information for what it's giving you, not your emotions. Okay, got to be objective to the information. So, chat, you're probably going to want to share the stream with your friends, with your community. If we're going to do bounties in the afternoon stream, we're going to have to pump those numbers up. Make sure to share the stream with your friends and your communities. While you're at it, sub to the channel, like the video. We're going to want to get those numbers up so that in the afternoon during those bounties, we're closer to hitting the numbers. All right, so we can hop back over here to price action as well. We got another 10 minutes during my segment. You'll see that throughout my segments, sometimes we're focusing on price action. Sometimes we're having an educational conversation. Sometimes we're taking trades. We're going to do all aspects of this business, okay? So feel free to throw any types of questions, any kind of information in the chat, anything to do with trading, we can go over it. Just know that for me, every day is not a trading day. Sometimes we're going to talk about education. Sometimes we're going to talk about trades. Sometimes we're going to talk about long-term conversations. Sometimes we're going to talk about expenses. We're going to cover everything here, okay? So don't come here thinking this is a signal service. It's not. It never has been, and it's still not now. So we're here to document our journey in the trading business. For anybody that gets any value from that, if that helps somebody expedite their learning curve, that's the reason behind it. So for me, it is a form of repetition. Being able to have this stuff recorded, I'm able to go back and look at that logic at a later point in time to see whether that was valuable or not. It's a great learning experience to be documenting, to be recording your information. It is one of your best learning experiences to have a journal. Ash, can we swing on the live account? No, I don't swing. I do not. So any other questions, any other information? Ash, can you please show us breaker blocks, tracing them appropriately? So here's an example of a breaker block right here. This is a bullish breaker. So take a look at this right here. Here's a swing low. Here's a swing high. Here's a new low. Then here's a new high. This is a bullish breaker. When you look for a bullish breaker will always be an up close candle. And you need to have all of the institutional swing points. So this is what you need right here. A swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. Let's point it out within the candles. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. These two candles are your breaker. So there's your example of a breaker. When I use breakers, I look for fair value gaps to be aligned with them. Look at this fair value gap right here. Okay, very quick example of a breaker. And this one did a phenomenal job. You can see this already played out. So no, I'm no longer looking to use this. This example already played out, right? This is an example of a long. So we would enter at the beginning of the breaker, stop at the low, aim at 2R. This went more than 2R after providing an entry, right? So you have an entry here. It goes to your target. Now that it's completed the target, we would no longer use it. Ash, that's different than an order block. I didn't call that an order block. I called it a breaker block. So I'm not sure where the confusion is there. I was not talking about an order block. You asked me what a breaker block was. What's the difference between an order block? I don't really use order blocks, so I'm not going to talk about that. Once again, anytime I don't have the information, I'm going to defer to somebody else. So I'm not going to review order blocks. Okay. Going to have to defer to somebody else that actually uses order blocks to go over that type of information. Sorry about that. Ash, what data feed do you use to chart market internals? I don't chart market internals, so I'm guessing you're talking about volume or the commercials or volatility, stuff like that. I don't look at that information. That's not something that I use. As you can see, there's nothing on my chart, right? I don't have the volume bars down here. There's no volume profile. I don't have a Bloomberg terminal. I don't go and look at the commercial papers. I don't go and look at volatility. In my opinion, less is more, quality over quantity, right? So for example, if you had a checklist of 20 different things that you have to check off to get into a position, it's going to be really hard to find a position compared to if you had a checklist of 2 different things. So for that reason, I don't use that information. You can see it here on the chart as well. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be used, okay? You can use whatever type of information you'd like. And in my opinion, the information you should use is information you can clearly understand and identify. But all I'm trying to say is don't try to use 100 different concepts. Stay away from information overload. But whatever concepts you do want to use, it's completely okay. There's millions of different ways to trade. There is no holy grail. There's no secret sauce. There is no perfect win rate. There is no one best way to do something. Everybody has their own way of executing. The only thing that matters is if you're green or red at the end of the day. So for somebody to tell you that you're right or wrong the way that you trade, that doesn't mean anything. Other opinions don't determine your outcome. Okay? The only thing that should tell you whether you're right or wrong is whether you're green or red at the end of the day. That's what matters. So maybe that's a conversation we'll have to have at a later point in time. I only have another 3 minutes here on my segment, but the noise that social media provides, you might want to stay away from it. Okay? You should focus on your own business. You should focus on collecting your own data. You should review your own trades. You should be journaling. You should be documenting. You should be getting your information from the chart, not social media. Okay, so when you look to see if something is valuable, right, if information is credible, okay, it should show it right here on the screen, not because some random account said so, right? If something works, the information will show it on the screen, not somebody's opinion. Okay, so be objective to the information on the screen, not on social medias, is where I'm going with that. Collect your own data, prove it to yourself, obtain the credibility by collecting your own data. Okay? So ES got that move higher. That bullish SMT that we pointed to earlier in the session played out. Now that we've ran above the highs, I would no longer look for those higher prices. Got to be careful of this being bearish SMT again, right? Notice how NQ did not go above the high while ES did. Once again, NQ showing to be the weaker pair today. We'll see what we have for the rest of the session. I only have, let's see, another minute. So any last questions, chat? This is my last minute with you all for today. Tom is coming up here next. So definitely stick around for Tom's segment. Any last question? Don't you just take the 5-minute unicorn versus the 1 minute? No, I've traded all time frames before. I've taken 1-minute trades. I've taken 5-minute trades. I've taken 15-minute trades. I've taken hourly trades, daily trades, weekly trades. I'm not exclusive to one time frame. Very good question for the last question. Just understand that you should do what works best for yourself. So if you execute best on the 1-minute, execute on the 1-minute. If your data shows that you're best on the 5-minute, then just trade the 5-minute. All right, chat. That is the end of my segment. I want to say thank you to everybody here. Thank you to MyFundedFutures for all the value they provide. Thank you to the community. Thank you to chat. Thank you for all the questions, all the information. It's really providing a lot of valuable experiences, getting to go over this information on such a consistent basis. Let's continue to keep getting better. Let's be 1% better than our prior selves every single day. Let's continue to keep showing up, relentlessly working and learning every single chance we get. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Hey, everybody. Hello. Good morning, good evening. Good to see everybody. And again, it was awesome to listen to Ash, as always. Welcome. Special hello to the hosts, then the mods, and hello, everybody on chat. Good to see you guys. Ash, it was a great session. Again, I enjoyed it really. What a day, right? What a day again. Fully energized, ready for the lunch hour and PM session. I must say, it was a little bit crazy here at the market open. It still is in some way, and I'm going to explain to you why, and why I think it's a bit of a weird price action. Good to see all the names, all the familiar names. If you have not subscribed yet to MyFunded TV, please do so and push the like. Let's push it, everybody. All right. So how's everybody doing? I hope the day is green for everyone. Not so much for me. I had actually, well, I'm slightly, I mean, a little bit in the red. You subscribe to me too. Awesome. Awesome. Actually, here's my YouTube. You can always check it out. And we had a great stream earlier. I mean, it was a little bit boring to the end, but I mean, at the end of the session, but the London session was also somewhat good. So who's in the green? All right. Okay. I have some good topics for today too. And obviously, we're going to observe of what's happening here, price action wise. Definitely interesting levels, that's for sure. Super green. Negative 15K. Slightly. Got to work on that a little bit more. So yesterday, after the earnings, I was kind of watching a little bit. I mean, in the Asia session, I was up until, I mean, I was up almost like not all night, but I couldn't really sleep. So I checked price action. I saw this like didn't really made the new all-time high on the micro, only on the mini. So that was a little bit interesting price action during the Asia session. And that's why I think it's a bit of a confusion right now on the micro. So we'll see. Got another account. All right, Pigeon. Let's go. In the green, but not for long. Don't say that. If you say that, it becomes true. All right. So we're going to pull out the VWAP, by the way. Where's the VWAP? Oh my gosh, it's right here. It's right here. Okay. Talking about technicals, I did notice a very nice textbook 5-minute/15-minute demand zone or bullish order block down here, starting at 293. And look at how it went down after the market opened. It's just, you know, it was having a little bit of a difficulty there, but then I thought that we're definitely going to go down for it, but we didn't. And now I feel like this could be a trap for buyers as well. Like, what if everybody wants to push it for a new all-time high? Could be in the cards. And instead, it's just going to take the elevator and waterfall down. That's what I was Hey, Bill, good to see you too. And that's what I was like anticipating so far. Barcoding out right now as we approach the lunch hour. And so I'm a little bit curious how this is going to play out. If this one starts to waterfall down, I might gonna take a jump. We'll see. Yeah. VWAP, right. So price didn't go down to the zone. I was surprised, to be honest, because that's a textbook area. Even if you go to the 15-minute chart right here, this is just a superb textbook level down there. I didn't really understand why it didn't go, because the mini actually made new all-time highs. So I thought that it's time for NQ to just take the dip and finally waterfall down, but it didn't go. And now it's just I have nothing on the upside here. The only thing is that the micro didn't go for the historical high, but I guess it's not mandatory right now. So, and during the London session, basically all that happened is like we were having a sideways action here. All we did is just a bit of a scalp here to the downside of this this bullish order block here or demand zone. Spiked down to 362, and that was it. So far, not too much action for the day. So I was, let's just say, I wasn't really happy throughout with this action here, especially after the 9:30 open. And if I was just looking for like entries on the 5-minute, the only thing I saw here, and that actually I took this trade live on stream. I used the 3-minute chart to enter into a short. Basing my stop up here at the swing high, took me out and then pushed it higher. That's why it's really a little bit confusing to me of what it's going to do, but I guess we'll see soon enough. So kind of interesting. Chris, hello. Yeah, definitely don't beat yourself up if you're down or lost today. I would say today was difficult. Like price action wise, it is definitely one of those more difficult days than usual. Okay. And that's why it's so hard to keep up with, I mean, the hardest part, I saw the previous poll earlier on Ash segment, like what is the most hardest part? I was 100% agreeing that psychology is definitely very hard to keep up with. I mean, that's what's gonna get us all if we're not aware. But anyway, I have some topics I told you guys, and otherwise stick around, but I really have some good topics. And so actually I have 2 topics. And so I was like, we should talk about again of the edge. And so I would say like most of your edge comes from what you don't trade, right? I know. What does that mean? Most of your edge comes from what you don't trade. I mean, we're always talking about the setups and the check marks, right? Like what is the check mark? Fair value gap, liquidity sweep, whatever, trend line break, pivot level, VWAP, whatever. But what about those things that you should not trade? Those are check marks too. So we got to talk about that as well. Hey, John, which indicator do you use for previous high or low? No indicator. I'm drawing these lines myself every morning. So I start streaming in London session. I do this every morning. Previous high, low, and the lines. So I'm just putting these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines here, 2 vertical lines and 3 horizontal lines. That's how I start my day. Everything done manually, no indicator yet. Everything manually. It is what it is. That's how I'm doing it. So, by the way, let's look at gold for a quick second here. Yeah. By the way, speaking of gold, just for a minute here, let's stop by for a minute. And let's go to the 1 hour chart, because this is another example of the zones, and I'm not going to keep you up for too long with this. Textbook 1 hour bullish order block here. Price went down. And again, another 1 hour bullish order block down here. It barely tapped it, but it actually went down there, and the perfect reversal here. So that was kind of interesting. Just for reference, I think it was definitely interesting to see. I was actually a little bit feeling the FOMO there but I didn't want it to chase it. So that's the view. I see. You should use Spaceman BTC. It's an indicator that does this. Oh, really? I was actually thinking that maybe I will have ChatGPT write an indicator for me. I heard that it can do that. Just a second. All right, so just want to say, this segment is going to be awesome, and I do like for you guys to, if you have questions, just let me know. And definitely not Willow, stick around. I always say that. All right. So back to the title. And I'm sorry, but I'm kind of looking at this price action, because if it starts to waterfall down, I would be looking for some sort of a displacement, but I guess we will have time on the 5 minute. So talking about the edge, but not specifically the setup, because we're always talking about the setups. We're talking about unicorns, breaker blocks, or whatever it may be that you're looking for. I think we need to talk about the other things, like when to avoid the market completely, right? When to skip the trade, because we keep forgetting that. We force ourselves into a trade, just like I did this morning. I forced myself into a short. It was not an A+ setup for sure. The risk to reward ratio was positive, but it was still not my A+ setup. I was kind of feeling like it's a little bit boring price action. I would say I followed the plan partially, but I could have waited for a better setup, especially on the 5 minutes. So, what things to avoid? All right. We're going to go with that. Like I would say everyone's like obsessed with entries. But what if I told you that the real edge is knowing what to skip? Okay, so let's just go over some points of what to skip. It's just super important. So edge isn't just about what you trade. It's what you avoid. And we talked about the emotional edge as well, right? That's a good topic, right? Pigeon, how you daily start analysis? Okay. So how I start my analysis? Okay, let's stop here for a second. I usually sit down at my charts somewhat before 2 a.m. Eastern Standard, because in my time zone, it's good. It's still 8 a.m. in the morning. So what I do is I put on the previous day high and low, and the true midnight level, which is the New York Eastern Standard midnight, Eastern Standard. Yeah, so that midnight, New York midnight level. And that is all. That's all I do first. Previous day high, low at midnight level. And then I'm basically zooming out 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 hour chart and looking for zones. For example, here, there's a zone here from yesterday. Is there another zone on the upside? No, there's nothing. Obviously, if there's a historical high, if there's significant levels like a round number or a historical high or new day opening gap, liquidity void, whatever, you can point those out as well. And that's how I start. That's the routine, okay? And after I'm seeing those levels, I'm kind of looking for fair value gaps on the 5 and the 15-minute chart. And, you start the storytelling to yourself, like what really happened. For example, here's 2 a.m. And I'm kind of looking back, like, let's just do this. So it's 2 a.m. here. Okay. And I'm kind of looking back at, okay, the micro didn't go up for for the all-time high. And so it looks like, and there was, by the way, the 337 level here. It's still here. There's a liquidity void down there. I think it has already been repriced. Yeah, it has been. So there's a liquidity void. I mean, not liquidity, unbalanced price range here on the 5-minute charts, both on the micro and the mini. The price didn't go up there to make a new all-time high. We do have a zone. It was kind of struggling. So my bias is showing me that there's a fair value gap here. Even if it goes up there, I would be looking for shorts because there's more juicy stuff down here on the short side. So we have the unbalanced price range as low-hanging fruit. We have the zone. And that's how I try to anticipate basically the movement or the bias for the rest of the day. And obviously the 337 has been rebalanced, as you can see it here. But that's just an idea of how you can approach it. Okay. Anyway, moving on. But we're going to stop here and there. Okay. So what to avoid when we're talking about the edge again? For example, like it's going to be simple, but don't worry, we're going to be having some good topics in this. Like, for example, the choppy days, low volume moves, overlapping sessions, emotional trades, or maybe half-form setups. And it's very important when you don't have all your check marks in place, like I didn't here. That's also a red flag, what to avoid. Or you can still do something like downsize your position, okay? So every avoided bad trade protects your capital and your confidence. You got to protect your confidence as well, right? In trading, that emotional capital that you have is your confidence. So it's not just about the profits, and it should not be all about the profits. Like, yes, it's good to make money, but it's not just protecting your balance or your profits throughout the day, but your emotional capital. Like this is very important. Emotional capital, which is basically your confidence, equals to confidence. Confidence in your trading skills, in your edge, your entry model, your analysis. And so again, just saying, at the end of the day, simple question: was my analysis correct? I know I said it like 10,000 times. One question: was my analysis correct? Yes or no? Was I feeling okay entering to the trade? Yes or no? Just some simple ideas. Was the trade set up an A+? Yes or no? Was all the check marks okay when I was entering the trade? Yes or no? Crucial questions to be answered. But anyway, skipping, what I want to say, skipping is a skill, not a weakness. So if you're skipping a trade, it doesn't necessarily have to tell you or tell yourself that you're weak in trading. Okay. So it's not necessarily meaning that. Hold on just a second. And it's not a weakness. I would say it can be a skill if you treat that as a certain type of discipline. Like, for example, looking for those check marks. Like, traders think that sitting out is equals to missing opportunity. I wouldn't say so. Like, and that's the point when you have to understand that you should not, think that it's the same as feeling the FOMO or something. So you should not think that about it. Like the real missed opportunity is basically bleeding your edge on low quality setups. Okay, that's the real miss. When you're basically having those choppy markets, or you're too much emotional. Like, what is the emotional state that you're in currently? How was your day going on so far? And not just talking about the charts, but your personal life as well. Okay, personal life matters. Like, how is your financial situation? These are questions, and these are topics that may be a little bit personal, but these are crucial to talk about. Okay. It's not just about the charts. For example, when you're not feeling in that emotional state or clear state, don't worry, I'm not going to go into Scientology right now, but if you're not feeling that clear state of mind, or I would say so, like you didn't sleep enough, or you have some family issues, financial issues, whatever it is that struggles you, that's also, something that you need to avoid trading wise. And you should not sit down at the charts at all. You can do tape reading. It's always good to practice, but this is just something that you need to avoid. Okay. So it's important. Like, discipline is when you say, this looks good, but not great. I'll wait. Okay. And this is a great example. The 3-minute chart is definitely not my A+ chart. It's not my A+ setup chart. So, and that was exactly something I was saying, like, this looks good. And the only thing that I said differently is that maybe I should wait. Maybe I should wait for this gap to show us the way, but I didn't wait. I entered as soon as we got back into that 3-minute fair value gap. Obviously, my conviction about the target was good, and it's still good. I think it should be going down there sooner or later. Who knows? But it just didn't happen. So also my gut feeling was like telling me, man, we should just avoid it. It's just not looking good. But I took it anyway. And so I should have just waited, right? Anyway, your stats are going to improve from subtraction, not just addition, right? So subtracting those situations from the equation when you should not trade, like cut your 5 worst trades of the week, and your equity curve often is going to flip. Like, just if you journal down your best trades and your worst trades, just get the 5 worst trades out of the week, and you will see an exponential difference. Obviously, of course, it's not a big logic behind it, but when you journal down your worst trades, and then you'll soon realize like what was your biggest mistake then, and how much profit could you made, or you could have just protected your balance maybe on a break-even level if you would have just avoided those days or those situations when you should have not traded. And what I'm trying to say here again is this is why it is so important and crucial to understand that it's also comes as an edge when you know when not to trade. Okay. Most traders, by the way, aren't losing because their system sucks. They're just trading everything, right? And that's why I said a few weeks ago, if you have like 3 or 4 strategies at the same time, then, well, I'm not saying you're doomed, but it's definitely not going to make you any good if you're looking for all the strategies in the world. Just saying. So there's a mindset shift about this, which is very important. Instead of always asking like, can I trade this? I would say start asking, should I trade this? It's very important. Small little crumbs of things, information pieces that you should be asking yourself instead of can I trade this? Ask yourself, should I trade this? It's that simple. That's how simple it is. Nothing more to it, basically. So I think it's pretty simple. Sometimes it sounds difficult, but it's really not. All-time high is very stressful. Like, jumping into a long position here is definitely stressful. I wouldn't do that. But like in gold, I kept going up for like 3-4 days without feeling the fair value gaps. Or did I? No, there's nothing wrong with that. Pigeon, if you had an entry model, if you had the level that you were looking for, that's like 50% success on the technical side. Did you have the level that you were looking for as target for once? And I mean, did you utilize some kind of an entry? It doesn't necessarily have to be always a fair value gap. Just saying, it can be anything else that you like to trade. So many ways. Plicon, Tom, I can't trail my stop. It says couldn't modify order. This has been happening every time since the new scale account. Unfortunately, I can't help you with this technical question, but I think you should ask support. MyFundedFutures is having an awesome support. If you go to the website on the chat, they can look into your account. That's what I would do. Depends on the platform, I guess, but they will help you out, I'm sure. MyFundedFutures is an absolutely awesome support. I was bullish with gold, but I was just wondering, you don't necessarily have to go with the fair value gap. Yeah, and I'm not saying, like, we're talking about these fair value gaps left and right. And what I'm just trying to say here is that it's not something that is mandatory to go with. Okay. You can use a simple bull flag breakout system, or a trend line, or an order block, propulsion block, which I'm not really trading, but so many ways. Fair value gap is just one out of like 100 concepts to utilize. Absolutely. Hey, Ice, good to see you. Hey, good to see you, man. All right. So by saying that, I just want to give you some tips about this edge thing, like what things to skip. Like, mark the chart, screenshot it, and always save that screenshot. Like, when you mark up those levels for yourself, and just save it for later, that's always helpful, especially when you're looking for those levels, those zones that you want to target. Depends on what you're looking for. If it helps you, just save it somewhere, maybe print it out, and it's definitely going to help you to target your levels. All right. So what I'm trying to say is that you don't need more trades. You need fewer bad trades. That's your edge. And it's simple to say, all we need is fewer bad trades. But if we already know the edge, we already know what to do. We already know how the market is behaving. We can identify the consolidation days or sessions. If you have the discipline to avoid pushing the button in that session, you just did yourself a huge favor. Ash was talking about the business perspective. Very important. How much you spend on the evaluation accounts, how much you spend on resets, okay? How much money you spent in the past couple of weeks or months on new accounts, and how much payouts did you get in the past couple of months, for example. Don't worry if the number is 0. I mean, you didn't take out payout, or you're just spending. Don't worry. That's a different scenario. But the name of the game is spend less and take more payouts. That's the business plan. So why I'm saying this is because I'm trying to spend less and less amount of money on evaluation accounts this year. It was one of my goals basically in January, after I blown up all my funded accounts in 5 minutes. True story. It's on my channel. I blown up all my funded accounts in 5 minutes, 5 single minutes, threw out thousands of dollars on the window, ready for payout in 5 minutes. And I said, okay, I bought new evaluation accounts, back on track, of course, new funded accounts, starting from scratch. And then I said, okay, one of the goals should be, I mean, last year I said this to myself as well. Pigeon, I'll be there with you with your question in just a minute. Like, how I went absolutely degen mode. Philip, 100%. I was full degen mode then. And I said, okay, I got to work on how to spend less. I must, even if I lose a funded account here and there, the goal should be not to relentlessly jump into a reset or an eval, or maybe buy multiple evals just to full port them or do something crazy. When it comes to revenge trading, you can also have a revenge on your debit card or credit card. You start losing your evaluation accounts or maybe your funded account. What you do when you're definitely off track and on tilt, you instantly go for your debit card and credit card and try to do the unnecessary thing, which is buying new evaluation accounts at the same in the same minute. It's not particularly the best practice to do. You should wait for at least next day. All right, you gotta walk away from the charts. Obviously, we talked about that, and so you gotta treat that as a business. Okay, income or an expense side. Okay, how much you spend. And so back to what Ash was saying is that, and I like what he was saying, he spent $0 on new account. He took out $12,000 from the same account. How awesome is that? $0 on a new account. That is a very good return on investment, right? And this is what we should be working on. But that's like on a higher level. I know many of you guys may be working on the beginner side. Oh, here's a question. It's telling us to buy less. No, not necessarily. It's always good. Now you can have 5 accounts. I'm just saying, if you keep buying the resets every other minute, it might not be good for your mental state. You can do that, but it might not be good for your current mental state if you're just draining your debit card by resetting your account because you're full porting every single trade. It happened to everyone at some point, maybe, I'm guessing. And it's still something that we need to fight against. Okay. That should be a huge red flag if you're just purchasing those resets or new evals when you're just on a tilt. If you lose your eval, at least wait for the next day. You got to step back and look back what happened. For beginners, how do you think a beginner can find a setup like a model and stick to it? Because after psychology, finding a setup model edge is one of the hardest thing. It depends for who, right? I mean, finding the strategy is definitely can be hard. Like so many things out there in social media, so many things. Some people are promoting ICT concepts. Some people are promoting trend lines or bull flag, bear flag, whatever. And if you just type in YouTube that day trading strategies, like there's an endless amount, including indicators, not just price action. What I'm trying to say is that if you still don't know what is your strategy, if you're still searching for it because you're a beginner, there's no shame of admitting yourself and to others that, hey, I'm still just searching for it. Give yourself time. If you're already saying, if you're saying like, oh man, I've spent already like months for searching the best strategy, I still don't know what to do. Still, don't worry about it. You just got to search. It's your journey. It's a personal journey. Endless amount. Of course, Pigeon. There's an endless amount of information. It sounds a little bit crazy maybe, but I think you should give yourself to the flow. I know. Give yourself to the flow of information. Try to study different methods if you still don't have a strategy, because you got to start somewhere, right? Waterfall might be happening. Yeah, we'll see about that. If I see a down close candle below this 370-ish level, I might be interested to dive into a short. So just give yourself, your mind to the flow. Search on YouTube. Ask people who are successful or having payouts. Got to do your research. I did my research as well back in 2021. I was researching for almost a year, basically. When I started to take trading super seriously in 2021, that year for me was all about researching. I started out with support and resistance. Then I subscribed to a mentorship. I was paying $300 or $400 for mentorship, and then I was onto the supply and demand zones. And then I found the ICT concepts, and in between, I was looking for every possible information, including indicators. It took me almost a year, and suddenly, for my personality, I found the 2022 YouTube mentorship from ICT, and I was like, okay, I kind of like these kind of lectures. So, yeah, 2 months exactly. Don't worry about it, Pigeon. So it took some time for me as well, and yeah, I would say from 2021 to 23 almost took me like more than 2 years until I realized what is the type of model that I'm looking for in terms of price action, or am I looking for like candlestick formations, or what is it that I'm really looking for? Until finally today, I know what I'm looking for, and I kind of liked it. I like it. I'm perfectly, in line with what I do. I respect every other trader and everybody on social media who is having a different approach and making money. And something changed, totally against what ICT. I know, and I'm respecting his lectures, but he was saying that indicators are BS, and because it always shows the information from the past. Partially agree that yes, it shows the information from the past, and that's why every indicator is always going to be lagging, right? But I say, and I truly believe in that. Look at that, man. I truly believe that you can still make money with a certain set of indicators, or indicator with a certain entry model. I think it's working. So I changed my mind 100%. If you would have asked me 2 years ago, or maybe actually not 2 years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, like, man, we should trade with indicators, I would say, no, I'm not interested. Today, I realized that, yes, you can make money with indicators because it's all risk management, okay? What is happening here, by the way? We have relative equal highs. We just made a structure shift here, by the way. I am not going to take this trade. Should I take it? Maybe on an evaluation account. Should I take it on an evaluation account? I have a nice core account. Today, I think I've made a few bucks on this core account. I loved it. I'm up $165, but overall, $1,500. Should I take this on a core account? I'm kind of interested. I'm gonna wait until this candle is closing, and maybe I'll put a limit order. And because it's an evaluation account, I can go crazy. Why not? Why not? We should go crazy on this. It's not financial advice, obviously. So, yeah, it's cool. That will be the plan if this one forms. We can do some crazy stuff on evaluations. So, as I was saying, today I say that yes, you can make money with indicators. You can make profits with indicators. All right. But you still need to apply proper risk management. That's what I think. ICT has too much get drawdown. Yeah, it's a lot of information, that's for sure. Something is happening in the background, maybe. Who knows? Something is going on. Oh no, look at that. It's waterfalling. It's waterfalling, I think. So, what was the question? I totally forgot. Yeah, so about risk management. Oh yeah, and finding your strategy. Just stick around. And finding your strategy, I would say take your time. For some people, it only takes a month or 2 months. For some people, it takes a few months. For some people, including myself, takes years. And truth be told, I think it will never stop. Like ICT is saying, finding and adjusting your strategy, like not changing it, but doing those small adjustments and adjusting to the market is never going to stop. It's never, and that's why trading is a never-ending learning curve. Stick around, big candle. What would you say yourself if you could, like the beginner, if I could talk to myself, my beginner self? Oh man. I would say to myself to take it even more seriously. Take it even more seriously. And if I would say to myself that, hey man, just go to the ICT concept, don't waste your 2021 and don't waste your first year on supply and demand and support and resistance. That's stupid. Just go straight into ICT concepts. No. Everything happened the way had to happen, and I'm glad that I subscribed to a mentorship. I'm glad that I've spent money on education. So that was good, and I learned a lot. And especially now that I learned so much about ICT concepts, the way that I'm using these supply and demand zones, I'm actually grateful for. So what would I say to myself? Maybe the one thing that's most important is to start sizing down the positions. Don't start with minis, just start with micros. That's what I would say. And yeah, that's the most important. And take less trades and size down the positions. That is important, something you need to go with. How do you feel about greed in trading? Greed is good, as Gordon Gekko would say, right? Greed is good. Greed, what drives us. But no, greed is actually putting us in a bad emotional state if we don't know what we're doing. If you're already in profit throughout the day, if you already made your money, you got to remind yourself that this is a marathon. Use sticky notes. I use that sometimes. Who is behind you near that door? I cannot tell. That's a secret. All right. That's a secret. I always have someone, lurking in the background. Oh my.
What's the truth? What's the deal?
It's starting.
MyFunded TV giveaway.
25. Free 50K scale account. Check mark 25, everybody. Run now. Run to the checkout page, everyone. Now. Click that button. Come on. Ooh. Oh man. This was. I told you to run. Type fast. Let's go. Oh my God. This was, you gotta act fast. 25, you gotta be fast. Oh, you gotta be fast. I hope the winners got it. Awesome. Get accepted and submit and get spinning circle. Okay, let it spin. I don't know. By the way, I know it's super hard sometimes because obviously everybody's rushing to the checkout, but same. Oh man. Well, that's why you always have to be on alert, not just because of the topics. But hey, it's super great to have all these giveaways. Lots of giveaways, man. So, where was I? Oh, yeah. We were talking about strategies. We were talking about, sizing down and all that such. So, take your time. If you still don't have your edge, you don't have the system that you're looking for, then take your time. Everybody has a different journey, different time, different learning curve. So, the music is awesome, by the way. I love it, right? So cool. So for me, I would say it took more than 2 years to actually say that, okay, I think I found it. I think I like this. And honestly, back to the topic of indicators, like, yes, I'm showing you all the time, like price action and these levels, and I'm not going to change anything about that. But I always keep saying in my stream that it's almost a year now that I'm still testing certain indicators, mostly moving averages, is what I'm testing, and a strategy that I can use. And actually, it works absolutely fine. I have good results with moving averages. I might going to use it on 1 or 2 of my funded accounts in the future. I have enough information and data that I can fairly say that, okay, I'm ready to go with using moving averages in my trading, but it's going to take some time, most likely. So yeah. And obviously, if the time comes, I will definitely share all the information. Will you ever offer out your indicator? Of course, Visual Trader, absolutely. I'm gonna put it out. It's gonna be free. It's technically free as it's free now because the one that I'm using is basically a set of exponential moving averages combined with zigzag. I know it sounds crazy. Zigzag, fractals, and exponential moving averages. These are the 3 parts of the system of what I'm testing and using. I must say, again, in the past 12 months, I was having better and better results. And I do like it. And why is it good sometimes to have indicators? So I'm preaching quite the opposite of what I was saying 3 years ago, because an indicator can help you to disable the emotions, not completely, but get rid of the emotions throughout the trading day. You don't have to second guess yourself. For example, second guessing your setup can actually get you into quite a lot of trouble, right? You enter into the short position here I was showing you, or maybe this one. And for example, you don't wait for the fair value gap up here. You just enter right now. And whatever you do is that you keep asking yourself, oh man, maybe I should have waited for the retracement. Oh, or maybe I shouldn't have taken this trade. Oh, what should I? Oh, but this, it didn't do a liquidity sweep. It actually didn't really do. There was this small liquidity sweep here, but that's just a minor swing high here. It's not that super important. So there are always questions that are going to confuse you in your trading model, whichever system are you using. There's always going to be questions regarding your entry, which is going to confuse you, and the confusion is going to guide you, is going to push you into a emotion, into a state of fear, and the fear is going to push you into unnecessary trading or unnecessary entries, or maybe seeing setups that are not even there because your fear of missing out is going to kick in, right? And you're just going to enter a trade which is not even there. It's not a good setup. Then the trade is going to go to a stop loss, and soon enough the emotion of fear is going to turn into the emotion of the loss, and the emotion of the and the feeling of hitting that stop loss is going to turn into a revenge trade, and the revenge trade is going to turn into a tilt session, and the tilt session is going to turn into a blown funded account or evaluation accounts or whatever. So it's a spiral. And so indicators with clear set of rules also can help you to get rid of second guessing yourself. I would say that these emotions that you have during your trading day or session, I mean, which is the strongest emotion? The tilt, right? If you're on full tilt, it's very hard to stop. I'm going to tell you an example. Don't tell this to anyone because this is a secret, and I really don't want to burn myself to the ground before anywhere. But I was on a tilt session last year, actually this year as well, but that's a different one. So I was in a tilt session, and so Guess what happened? And it's a secret. Don't tell to anyone. I was pushing it with minis. Started out with 1 mini, revenge traded 2 mini, 3 mini, 5 mini. I don't even know how it happened. And then guess what happened? Account blown up. It happens to anybody, but that my brain was on absolute full tilt. What I did, guess what I did? And this is a secret. So again, I hopped onto my next funded account, my other funded account. Guess what I did? You will never guess what I did. Never, ever. I started the same process again. Started with 1 mini, 2 mini, 3 mini, 5 mini, boom. 2 funded accounts, and not by copy trading, after one by one. Guess what happened after the second one? You will never guess it. I hopped into the third one, third funded account. Let's go. 1 mini, 2 mini, 3 mini, 5 mini, boom. And I destroyed 3 funded accounts in about 25 minutes. Maybe 30, 25 minutes. 3 funded accounts, boom, gone. And the worst thing is that it all began with the feeling of second guessing my analysis, my trade entry, and I just couldn't stop. And so why I'm saying this, the state of emotions, I mean, the strength of these emotions, which is the worst feeling in day trading, if we're talking about negative emotions. The worst feeling, obviously, how should I don't even know what's the word for it to express this properly. But on a scale of 1 to 10, I think the strongest worst feeling is being on tilt. Because when you're on tilt, you're not just blowing up your account, but you have your phone, right? You have your phone or your coffee mug, which is not right here, and throw it to the wall. Okay? Another secret, I'm not shorting yet. But actually, you know what? I might gonna short on all right, I jumped into a short on an evaluation account, so don't worry, I'm okay. I'm perfectly fine. Now I'm jumped into a short position on a core account. Okay, on a MyFundedFutures core account, I jumped into a short. I'm going to explain to you in just a second. I'm just finishing this thought, and I'm going to tell you. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, the tilt is the strongest one. Second guessing yourself, I would put it at 1 on a scale of 1 to 10, maybe 2. Guessing yourself at the entry, even if you apply the proper risk management, that's a negative feeling that has a strength of like 1. Being on tilt is 10. And anywhere in between, you find the FOMO, the fear, greed, and everything. So these are the 2 side points, I would say, sides of things, of negative feelings. And again, to finish the thought process on indicators, I'm short. Yes. So I'm gonna I'm gonna tell you why I'm short here. It's absolutely not an A+ entry. It is not an A+ entry. So why did you enter? You might say. I'm not entering on a funded account. I am not touching any of my funded accounts. No, sir. Thank you. I am not doing that. Evaluation account wise, we still have time from the day. If by some reason the market would start to go down again, because it almost reached this 5/15 minute demand zone down there. If the market would decide that, all right, let's just waterfall down again. I just want to be on the train. Basically, that's it. There was a market structure shift, a minor liquidity sweep here on the 5 minute. That one. My stop loss is going to be up there at 406, just in case if it wants to wick the top again. My stop loss is going to be at 406. And there's no target up there that I like. The minute took the all-time high during the Asia session. I don't really care about all-time high, by the way. ES is also up there. I want to see some sort of a sell-off. It's actually a ranging day. I don't see anything that I like up there. Really, my spidey senses are not showing me or pushing me any. I mean, nothing that I feel on the top up there. Even if it goes up there, I don't care. So again, risk management wise, only because core accounts are now super cheap, especially with the YouTube code. Why not go a little bit crazy? Actually, I'm only risking 3 micros, so don't worry about it. 3 micros on a core account. And I'm just curious, if the train goes into my direction, why not? That's why I took it. So what I wanted to say to finish up that topic, talking about the feelings, talking about the check marks, let it be only indicators. Again, like 3 years ago, if you were asking me, like, Tom, should we trade with indicators? I would be 100% saying, like, no. But why I say today the opposite? Because if you're having, like, I would say, problems or questions regarding your trading model or conviction towards your analysis, like having an analysis is a different thing than executing your order. Okay, I think Mark Douglas was saying something about in one of his workshops back in the 80s and the 90s, like there was a brokerage firm, as he was telling. At the brokerage firm, there was 2 types of people. There was the analyst, and there was the traders. So the traders were basically executing trades based on the analysis from the other department. Okay, it's very rare, and that's why trading is hard to combine the two. Okay, so even if you're having a good analysis throughout the day, and you keep answering to your journal like, okay, my analysis was correct. Okay, but did you execute your strategy based on your analysis? And you're going to say, yeah, well, I did, but, I oversized and it went against me 15 points on NQ and I blew up. So what good is an analysis if you cannot execute your trade properly? So regarding the indicators, there was a period for me, and not too long ago, when I was like, I think I need something to sort of a mechanical system. Okay, something like a mechanical system. And what kind of mechanical systems do we have? Indicators. Okay, that's a huge category. There's so many algos or indicators that can help you to forecast the market, but or execute trades. But I said, okay, if I'm in that period of time, like even the most experienced traders having difficulties sometimes, or second questioning themselves regarding the strategy, like I need a mechanical system. I call this mechanical system because it really is. It's not something that you decide. So for example, here you decide that this is a fair value gap and this is a zone. That's what I say, but you say differently. You might say that, no, Tom, this is not a zone. This is just some bullish candles. It's not even a liquidity sweep. It's not even this and that. And that's why the variations on this entry is endless. But what if I find a pure, hey, everybody, a pure system of indicators with mechanical check marks? Like if this exponential average is crossing this, and we have a fractal point here and there, and we have this and that lined up, then we have an entry. If we don't see that, we just simply don't enter, right? And that's why I think that, yes, now to close this thought, I'm saying yes, indicators can make you money. It can help you to be profitable, but it's not working if you cannot do the market analysis. If you don't know market structure, it's useless to go with an indicator. If you blindly trust an indicator just to take every single signal, then you're definitely doomed. So you got to understand the market. I'm just saying, targeting by your analysis and having something to execute the trades with, like a mechanical system based on indicators, is also something that can work. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. It's always a personal decision. It's a personal preference. Sorry if I get carried away by this topic, but it just came out of me. Like I was like, I need to talk about this because at least it's not going to be a big surprise that, as I told you guys, I might going to be using these moving averages in my trading system. I'm not going to change anything. I'm still going to use the same analysis, the same entry model, most likely, but I might going to have an extra confirmation here and there as a check mark based on this mechanical system. All right, so that was the finishing thought for this. Welcome, everybody. I know the Rocket Scooter team is lining up. I know, I saw you guys. So I just want to say this was an awesome segment. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry I haven't answered too many trades. I know Matt is around here, and I know everybody wants to know the good stuff from Matt. So I just want to say I'm very grateful that I could share all this with you, and I think we nailed this one. Okay. Just a second. Just a second. Okay, so thanks again. I think Matt is going to come around soon, and you know, just stick around, as I always say. And the man is here. Look at him. Hey.
What's up, Tom?
He's not muted now.
Y'all can hear me now?
No. I'm just trolling. Of course, we can hear you. We can hear you perfectly.
I was like, I fixed it finally. So
yeah, finally. How's your day so far?
It's been pretty good. I've had a pretty decent day. This was just a nice bullish day, and things are pretty clean. I got some dips earlier in the morning and bottom up, and now I'm jumping in on my second round of trades now, grab and dip. How'd you do today?
Slightly in the red, but I'm okay with it. I'm fine. I just couldn't find my way throughout the day. It was a little bit crazy for me, but up here and the all-time highs, I think it's just tricky to take a trade anyway.
It is. It is. And choppy. And choppy too.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody. This was a great session, and listen to Matt. Thank you, Matt, and have an awesome session, and see you tomorrow. All right.
All right, man. See you, bud.
See you.
What's up, guys? Boy. Somebody said, throw some W's in chat, some rocks in chat for Tom. We love having Tom on. You know, one of our favorite parts of the MyFunded TV show. All right. It's been quiet. Did Matt have a 10K day today, is what somebody asked? I'm not really sure. Maybe. All my accounts, with the exception of one, I've traded. One of them I still haven't touched yet. I don't do my B+ setups on my live account. I usually reserve that for A and A+ setups. But I did do pretty well. This account right now I'm fighting with, the one that's down $600 on the screen. I am in it on a long from this dashed line right here, trying to take this one red account at the bottom right of my screen positive. So the one I'm working on is here, and I'm working on 2 more of those accounts to try to get them close to 2,000 in profit. I'm kind of too lazy to add this up, so I'm not really sure what the total P&L is, but what is that? It's like a 28, 36, 44, 52, 59, 76, 86, 96. Oh yeah, that's 10K. 10K for sure. Which is cool. Remember, these are all still evals, so these aren't passed yet. 2 of them are a day away from passing, and the others are 2 days away from passing. So these are another firm that had this really cool sale, and I grabbed some of them. You guys know I trade another firm, I trade MyFundedFutures, and then I trade another firm down here. These are all my straight to funded accounts here. These are live accounts, and these are going to be end of the day drawdown, no DLL accounts. VIX on the rise. VIX slightly on the rise. We talked about this, right, yesterday, and slightly on the rise a little bit. But all right, so we have dropped below. We had the Google earnings move and the Tesla earnings move, pushed the market higher, and now we're stabilizing. And now I still think we're going to close slightly higher just to keep going. Very rarely do you duck below BBB on VIX and then return right above it with no reason to move. We don't have any big earnings until next week and any big news until next week. So it's very likely that this stays the fort. Here's how I probably am going to correctly guess that. VVIX is below 90. Not only is it below 100, which is great for bull markets, it's below 90, which is great for the VIX. You see how the VIX is not even moving? It means that dips that are just volatility or liquidity fighting are very short-lived, which is why I'm grabbing them up. I rotated in some of my accounts today just to kind of turn them all green. The goal is to try to get them all green. Hopefully so. I draw my traditional whoosh fan, which is just my community's joke. One time I drew a fan on the stream just to demonstrate hedge pressure. And ever since then, I draw a fan every time we want good luck to see if the market rallies. Again, the whoosh fan is just, we have like a million weird gimmicks and traditions from this community on the stream. And so that's the trade I'm looking for. It is a B+ setup. I'm trading it medium size. I probably shouldn't be trading it that hard. I really wish I was kind of in a total of a micros trade, but it's all right. I do have a little bit of confidence in this just because. And guys, do me a favor and smash the like button if you can. Let's get those likes up to 1,500. We'll probably do a giveaway today like we do every day. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So while y'all are here, clock into your shift. Just think of it like that. You're here to work. Clock on in. The B+ setup, right? This is a, hold on. I got to take a phone call. Hello? Hold on. I've got the Best Buy people coming over today. Hold on. All right. But anyways, yeah, I got my lucky fan on there. And what the whoosh is, I drew this to just somebody said, Matt just keeps winning. Must be, the voting poll says, is Matt lucky? Trading inside information, just a crazy trader, or IDOC is trading for him? And the results are very, very much leaning towards the fact that IDOC is trading for me. Okay, so. Okay. All right, so this might get a little tricky. Right at about noon, I got to run downstairs for a hot minute. They couldn't have timed this anywhere, so I told them to come after 2, and they decided to come at 12. Let me call them back. Hold on, you guys. They're coming to fix a TV here. That's a market mover. I wish I was. B+ setup, not the best or strongest bull setup, but it's something. Hey, do you mind coming over at closer? All right, I got it at 12:30. We're good. Okay, so now what I'm looking for today is this is a gap fill play. And this, again, it's not the strongest setup, but it is a certain setup. Now, let me explain. Let me just delete all the fun stuff off the chart. This is left over from my stream. What I think is happening here today, right? And the reason I take moves or take bets off of some of these moves here is there's a couple of principles that we look at. Number one is we talk about gapping, right? And these white lines are today's open in QQQ and yesterday's close in QQQ. QQQ gapped up overnight. And I matched that with the futures chart and show you where we QQQ open and close. You guys can see without a doubt so far, this is a lesson today, that here and here and here are all high volume. Everywhere inside of these 3 white lines is high volume. Can you guys see that on the chart? Let me make it a little bigger so y'all can see it. Right? Every time you touch one of these lines, the open, the close, and the middle, you're always going to see some volume activity at all these places. Right here, there's volume, there's volume, there's little tiny volumes. Here, there's volume spike. As we're playing here and as we're losing that level, volume spike, and down here at the middle, volume spike, right? So what's going on inside of this gapping range? It's called the redistribution zone. The reason it's called the RDZ is that anytime you have I'll kind of show it a little bit better on the QQQ chart. Anytime you have the index gap up or gap down is based on something called the MOO and MOC. It's a process that you can have happen with market makers if you're like an institutional trader. And you're trying to get in or out of a really big position, but you don't really care to like fight it throughout the day. You just want to get in at one price without slippage. Imagine I wanted to buy like 1 million shares of a stock, right? I'm going to clear out the ask and I'm going to completely get filled at all kind of random prices if I did that. So MOO and MOC allows somebody to submit an order to the market maker up to 10 minutes before the market opens and closes. And then the dealer just fills everyone's order at one price, where you open and where they open the price and where they close the price. When the market's open and closed, whatever the price is, all the orders get filled at the same price. The buyers and sellers are matched at the same price. It's a fair price for everybody. So because the open and close is a huge place for institutional traders, the open and close also is a very strong volume buffer, right? Yesterday's close, volume spike. Today's open, volume spike. There is always volume at the open and close because the open and close is the highest volume of the day usually. As a matter of fact, if you look on a daily chart, the open and close, just like this J-shaped volume profile. If I pull up volume on like any kind of ticker, let's just put like SPY here. I can load up like an hourly chart. Looks like my trade is taken off. That's good. And if I were to zoom in and make this really big for you guys to see, you see these little J's, right? If you're to zoom in way down here at the bottom, does everybody see in chat really quick? Let me know y'all see it. Y'all see it's like a bunch of J's. J, 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 J. Oops. Right? You'll see it? Okay. J, 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 J. Okay. So now what's useful with that information? Well, when you're getting filled at the open and close, you're a buyer or you're a big seller. And the idea is that markets are moving to find buyers and sellers. There's a bunch of buyers and sellers. Here's a bunch of buyers and sellers from the previous day's close and today's open. And when there's a lot of buyers and sellers, what do we call that, guys? We call that liquidity, right? Liquidity. And buyers and sellers are in close proximity, market's liquid. And this spot is liquid and that spot is liquid. And that's why there's volume at these levels. When I say liquidity, you say volume, right? And that's all I have to say. When I say liquidity, you say, what do you say? What do you say? Remember, you're going to learn something about this. When I say liquidity, you say volume. And as a trader, hunting volume is the sniper in you, is what you're looking for, right? So if there's liquidity here and there's liquidity here, in the middle of two liquid spots, it's very liquid. It's liquidity squared, if you may, right? So in this particular situation, the market is extremely liquid inside of here. You ever hear of order imbalances, right? When the market closes or opens, you always hear at the end of the day, Apple closed with a 200,000 share imbalance. So what does that mean? Well, it means if at the MOC process, where people are submitting orders to the market maker, there were more longs than shorts. You know, essentially after all the orders were filled and matched, there was a leftover imbalance. If there's a leftover imbalance because there's more people wanting to buy than sell, then that imbalance is taken up by the market maker trading against them. A 200,000 share imbalance to the buy side, well, the market maker had to short to that and take the other side of the trade. And dealers want to be neutral. So they have to assume risk at the end of the day by taking the imbalance. And at the start of the day, they do it again, and then they have another imbalance, and they try to take the two imbalances and merge them together, or redistribute the risk they take to find a liquid spot in the market to basically risk themselves. They took on some risk, they're going to redistribute that risk to everyone else. Oh man, I had to take a 200,000 share imbalance to the sell side. Now I'm short. Okay, I need to buy. So let me cover my short, right? And I can get out. So I need to buy from other sellers. Where can I find sellers? Well, I already proved that they're here, and they're here, and they're probably here because they told me they were there. They submitted orders to me and said they want to buy and sell there and there. If I need sellers, all I need is take price in there to find sellers. When you raise price, the sellers come out and then they can cover it to the sellers. They need to look for buyers on the other side of the imbalance. There's a sell imbalance and they're the buyer. They need to sell to other buyers. They can drop the price there and find the buyers. So dealers get to play around in this fancy little region called redistribution zone. Do we all, can I get you there really quick? Tell you why I'm trading off of this? This gapping thing is so important to traders because sometimes it's the only pivot you get to play with. And today it's the only pivot we get to play with. So far, so good? All right, hold on one second. The part of the day where all my browsers crash. So hang tight for a second. Let's reopen. Just like clockwork, middle of the day, all my browsers crash. Reopening everything. Give me a second here. Just like clockwork. Okay, back to the chart. So what exactly is going on here is it's just that the small price movements are just looking for buyers and sellers. And you know you have buyers here and you have sellers there and sellers there and buyers there. They're all over the place. And so they're going to be high volume pivots no matter what. And at the halfway point, this is very cool because it's almost like a, very balanced seesaw. And I use this white line on my chart called resilience that actually watches all 500 stocks at once doing the same thing. This white line is above the dashed line, which is 0. And this is the 0 line here. If the net market cap of the S&P, when it's market cap weighted, is on this side of the dashed line, it means the majority of stocks are seeking sellers at the top half of the redistribution zone. Meaning I can go scan through a bunch of stocks really quick and tell you that the majority of them are above that white dashed line. Like NVIDIA, for example, has gapped up and continue to go. NVIDIA is adding to the positive side of this. So NVIDIA is a plus. Apple gapped and go. Apple is adding to the plus side of this as well. And being market cap weighted, it's very sensitive to the big tech. Amazon above the white dash line, et cetera, as well. We're looking for stocks. Are they filling their gap or not filling their gap? And it's a gap fill predictor. The idea that the majority of the market cap has gapped up and sustained their gap up, then I take the bet that the index is not going to fill its gap to the downside. And every time it does, I buy the dip. And because of that, I bought the dip today, all down in here, made that money. And even at the halfway point, this indicator is a tiebreaker at the middle, tiebreaker. And so if the index is sitting at the middle, then I bet it's more likely to do this than that if the majority of the market cap of the stocks it's tracking are also doing that. I have one for NASDAQ and I have one for the S&P. And so that's the trade that I'm making right now, is that the index is just going to be tracking the stocks. Like I made this trade, I waited, and the market's like dipping down here and I'm diving right back in. I could be wrong, but I'm going to be wrong small because I'm longing from the right place. And all I'm betting is that the index just took a quickie little dive and it's not really selling off. Well, how do I know the index is not really selling off? A couple things. Number one, there's no news. Number one, two, it's the middle of the day. And number three is that the VIX isn't even moving. The VVIX being low and the VIX not even moving means there is no volatility, which means every single dip is going to be quickly bought out. So because of that, I'm going to take that bet that was just the universe deciding, hey, Matt, let me give you a free trade. Oh, you were just waiting? Here's a little bit of trade. Let's take it back down to the midpoint. And now you're breaking the tide because the stocks are moving. So let's take the long. And so far, that wasn't a terrible choice. Hopefully, it stays the course. But again, stock market's random. It's not like I can predict anything that happens here. But I am taking the bet that we're going to stay above here. And all of a sudden, this big flurry of green candles was actually supportive of that, right? Well, that makes a lot of sense. If they all move together, expect a wonderful trade. And Raphael nailed it. If they all move together. And this stock market is completely random. So they don't have to move together, but most of the time they do. So I'm betting most of the time they do. And I can get a trade close to there with a really tight stop on that, right? And another way that I look at it is every time we touch this white line, I can analyze this. And when we touch it again, I can analyze it here to see if the pivot's getting stronger or not. And right now, it looks like the pivot's getting weaker. Here, it went up to there, when it was about a 36, and now we're touching it again, and it's at a 20. Because it's less high, there are fewer stocks doing that, so my risk is actually higher here on this trade than it is on that one. I look at the difference between the two to tell me if there are fewer stocks up here now, then why would the index break highs and keep going when this is getting worse? That's the S&P, by the way, and NASDAQ is relatively the same. So because of that, I can still take the long, but maybe I want to take less risk than the first time. If I hit this one with 3, maybe I'll hit this one with 2. Hell, maybe I'll even hit it with 1. I don't like that it's getting slightly worse. Therefore, I can't expect better performance with worsening stocks. Does this make sense, everybody? That's today's lesson. I promise you a lesson every day. I still don't bet against it, even though it's worse. I use the lack of confluence to adjust the size of my bet or my expectation of the run. Does this make sense? So if the first time more stocks have gapped and gone and we are able to reach this far, how on earth is the index going to break out to higher highs when there's less market cap pushing the market higher? So because of that, my expectations become very realistic that I can say we're probably not going to break that. It's probably going to be somewhere lower than that, even if it does pop. And the risk is there that it actually maybe doesn't go higher. Even though it's still positive, I'm still taking the long bet. But say that if I had maybe 4 contracts, like this time I had 2, and if this time it was better, maybe I'll hit it with 4 the second time because it's a stronger pivot. Because it's weaker, I'll hit it smaller. You guys saw me enter the stream. I had 3 contracts. Ever since it started going lower, I've trimmed down to 2. I'm adjusting my risk based on my confidence, right? Yeah, somebody said Hulk Hogan passed away today. Yeah, right. And Ozzy yesterday. And then also Malcolm Jamal Warner, Theo from the Cosby Show. Today was a pretty big day on celebrity passings. Does a POC and VWAP always fall inside the RDZ? No, it doesn't, Ray. It would be random if it did. The RDZ has a lot of volume tied into it, so it will be a lot of volume. It may just not be like a lot of aggregated volume. An example I say aggregated volume is that like today, right? There's a lot of volume over time that you aggregate here. Your point of control tomorrow may be here because the sum of what's under that bell curve might be a lot more than just what's inside of that spike. So it's not necessarily always that you're going to see, but that's a great, I like the way that you think because you're actually understanding the concept, right? That is a really good thought because there's high volume here and high volume here. Is it the point of control? It will likely add to a high volume node at that spot, but it may not be the point of control, right? Good thought. I like that you're thinking ahead. Yep. So because of that, I'm actually trading inside of these pivots right here. And that's good. So because I'm watching the indicators get less good, it doesn't mean I'm still bearing the market. I'm still bulling it, but I'm bulling it with like less intensity. I'm not jumping in all in long with all my accounts to go here. I'm longing in like 2 of my accounts right now. Actually 3. Sorry. Okay, that makes sense. And that's it. What's my bias? Bullish. I've been bullish pretty much every single day for the last 3 months. I pushed the short button twice in 3 months. All right, cool. And so right now I'm watching to make sure the stocks are doing okay. When we dipped earlier today and why I grabbed that dip, I do the same thing I always do. Anytime the market breaks through key levels and starts to pick up a little bit of steam, I always consult the Mag 7 since it's such a big pull on the major indices. I go through all of them. I can tell like the liquidity map's going to tell me the flow and direction and pivots. And I look, Nvidia has support there. Apple has support here. Amazon has support here. All the stocks have opened bullish with support. Microsoft has support here. nothing on the stock side open bearish. Even Meta that was selling off is still holding support here. Your hedge pressures lining up the same spot. Tesla had earnings yesterday, so it's the one that is somewhat bearish, right? Tesla has that bearish pressure from monthly hedge like this, but everything else is looking pretty solid. Even Google fell to support. So because all the stocks are pretty much sitting on supports as well, I have very good indication that this market's not selling off. And they're probably going to trade up higher. Now, because resilience is less cool, the probability is smaller that we break out higher highs past that. So I'm not necessarily super eager unless this gets better to see that I have more market cap pushing this higher, but I'm still not going to be bearish on the market when everything looks bullish. And again, take the market one day at a time. We woke up today, everything was great. We got all the signs that there was no volatility. VIX is below that key level. I told you guys 1841 on VIX futures. If we were trading below that level on VIX, that the market itself would be stable and not crazy volatile. It'll absorb news very fine and very easily. And with that being said, the dips are very light and very clean. Every dip I'm loading up, every dip I'm loading up. There's no volatility, which means I'm not scared that this is going to have big, fat, red candles unless Trump comes through and tweets something. The fact that the VVIX is decaying below 90 means the VIX is going to stay put. And the VIX is barely moving. So I feel very safe long in the market, even here at highs. What's my target on my longs? Right here to fill the gap. So again, the scalp from here is to there. That is the actual trade, just to scalp between here, because today that's all I have to play with. If I look at my liquidity map, all of my strong pivots, you guys know me, my hedge pressures and zones and liquidity pockets. The crummy thing is like, that's all down in here. So I get to play with that today. All I have today is to judge S&P on the merits of its gap and what the stocks are doing. Some days I don't even get really good high quality setups. I just get like these B setups that I got to muscle with all day, which today was one of those days. And today was pretty good, right? So I am still taking the B setups a little bit at a time. And the actual specific trade is just to bet that the gap is going to fill to the upside. So when this white line is greater than 0, the scalp is actually there to there, there to there. If it's at the bottom, it's there to there, there to there, and there to there, just like we're getting 5 times in a row. Does everybody see how much statistically this played out? Even one time it lost, but then returned. So if I stab it every single time, which I do, but not in all of my accounts because it's a B setup, it's not really the strongest setup. I only take in a couple accounts at a time. Statistically, most of my accounts should be winning if this plays out. And sometimes, again, the random market is random. Which one didn't work? Well, this one didn't work, but the rest of them did. And so the way I trade is statistics. What gap exactly? It says it on the chart, QQQ. This is QQQ's gap converted to futures. Yeah. Is there still a giveaway? If you ask, there's still a giveaway for everybody but you. So don't ask. You can have a pass on this one, though. You'll be fine. Statistically, you're an idiot. Well, that's why we love you, Jan. It's totally okay. Statistically, we're all idiots at some point. What are you guys saying? Once you understand this, things get easier. Yep. We're sitting pretty with bulls. My bias is bullish. Yep. Answering your questions. That's all right. Is there any indicator that shows QQQ levels on NQ chart? No, I convert them manually. I just draw them on here. But Rocket Scooter is about to get an update that's going to convert all this to futures for me. Like I said, the market has a higher chance of being bought up and a higher chance of being not so sensitive to news. If the market's not so volatile and Trump tweets something, the fact that VIX is where it is likely to have an impact like this rather than this. Like if Trump says something about tariffs or whatever, we're going to absorb that news pretty quick because VIX is not showing any lack of liquidity here. So I feel safe just sitting on a trade all day. And even if Trump says something and we dip, I can lose maybe 40 points on 2 is $1,600. I'm not really worried too much about $1,600 on this account. You can totally have it. Yep. You pass an MFFU eval today, Tone? No way, dude. Congrats. Which one are you trading? You're an ICT trader, but my system and what you've done with Rocket Scooter and Volume Pocket's amazing. Definitely integrate in your trading. I'm going to tell you something. I'll tell you something pretty cool. I don't know if you guys knew this, but ICT is a Rocket Scooter fan himself. He actually watches our stream almost every day. And usually when I'm streaming, he'll text me and say stuff and just throw tidbits. And he always has told me that the one thing out there that he thought would go very well with the system was what we made. No, I didn't teach ICT. But he is a fan because it's in the same ballpark. We're trying to find liquidity by whatever means possible. And while ICT is a momentum-based trading style that confirms our plans. So when you have planning, like here's the level, and then you get your breakout from that system that confirms it, the two together is by far some of the best confluence I've kind of known, because they're both trying to seek the same thing, but one is planning ahead, one is confirming as it happens. Both of those together is pretty good, is what I've heard from people. So, but yeah, he hangs out in the stream and he secretly watches. And I'll let you guys know a little fun trivia. His stuff is really solid. I've always liked any kind of pattern type of system that looks for liquidity. I don't like shape patterns like, oh, okay. So here's the first tap. What I'm going to do is I'm going to trim down to 1 at my first pivot. Now hold on my original 1 runner there. That does look pretty good. I do like what I'm seeing. Pretty awesome. Again, pivot to pivot. I trim back down to 1 to hold a runner. So we'll see if anything comes out of that. All right, let me get ready for this one. Let me trim 1 and hold a runner there. I've got 1 open on 2 different accounts. That's it. But yeah. You heard he sent me flowers? Oh, he sends me flowers every day. Am I Matt, the CEO of MyFundedFutures? No, I'm not. I'm not Matt, the CEO. That's Matt Leach. It gets confusing because Matts are everywhere. You got Matt Leach, CEO of MyFundedFutures. You've got Tradesway Matt, who's a day trader on YouTube. You've got Trading with Matt, who's a day trader on YouTube. You've got Market Moves Matt, who's a trader on YouTube. You've got Money Matt Farley, I think his name. He's a trader on YouTube. Matt Kors, trader on YouTube. There's Matts. Everyone's name is Matt in freaking trading. There's like 7 Matts in a Pat. This is what really trading's all about. We need to have a freaking sitcom. You know, like a friend style. Who's the best Matt in the world? Matt is the finance meta. It really is. Every time I meet somebody that's a trader, I know a couple, Trade Brigade, his name is Matt. He's a trader on YouTube. All these people are Matt. Matt's all across the board. Matts are meant to trade. It's 7 Matts in a Pat. All of them live in a house being friends. Who's the... It sounds like a really bad reality show that we all would watch. It would be as bad as it is good. You really thought I was the CEO? No. I'm the CEO of Rocket Scooter, though. Oh, yeah. Matt is the one that moves the markets. Matt, the math Matt. Even if the trade syncer does set bracket orders, I don't know because I don't use any trade syncer or trade copiers, but somebody here can answer that question for Ultra if you can. If strippers can have stripper names and traders can have trader names, you're going to make your trader name Matt. It's a great name to pick from. Laundry mat, floor mat, doormat. What's my view on gold? I don't really have a judgment call on gold. I think I don't really pay much attention to it to have a good opinion on it. Stretching. I've like tense just sitting here all day. What did Matt sleep on? The mattress. Matter baiter. Get out of here with that. LOL. All right. What is for lunch? I've got eggs and homemade bread for my doc today. Y'all are too funny. Oh, Abby didn't like that one. You got a 90-second timeout for that one. It's okay, dude. We love David. So we have to remember that on my chat, it's like here, it's like slightly R-ish rated, but slightly better on my channel. It's certainly like straight up R rated. So you guys got to be careful. The moderators here are a little meaner than mine, but not that bad. You only got a 90 second slap on the wrist. Internet Explorer, no, don't send him off. The Matterhorn, the Matter Daddy. There we go. Trade Syncer right here is really good, Ultra. A lot of people use it. If you make an answer Ultra's question about Trade Syncer, I really would appreciate that. Is Nasdaq going to keep going up? I think so, but the fact is my resilience indicator right here is actually not as strong. It's less likely to push to higher highs. Therefore, I really got to kind of think about my position. That's why I turned everything down to just like 1 to hold a runner. Just in case it does go. You know what I'm saying? But you see how I was very confident and comfortably not bearish because the market fell to strong pivot. I've got the juice to go to here, but I know that it's very unlikely to break higher highs without the stocks showing evidence of being bought up here. So in reality, kind of the best thing I can do as a trader is just take profit or trim down. I had 3, now I'm down to 1 to hold a runner just to see if it goes. Blue's an accelerant pivot to kind of push higher from here. And I don't think we're going to go higher because we're not getting a bunch of extra juice on this. I want to see this white line push higher. But even so, I can just take profit, and I can just do that just for fun. Take some profit, call it a day. I've made this trade like 3-4 times today. And even though it could keep going, I don't think we're going to break higher highs from here just yet, but we could. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, pump it. So I just took the whatever profit I had on that, which was pretty good. What does the ES look like from here? ES, nice and clean. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. ES is pretty stable. I like it. One of my accounts still has a runner on it. So let me bring that one front and center on the screen. Just one of my accounts still has a runner. The last one. I'll hold on to that one. Now, again, this is gambling on the fact I don't think we're going to go higher unless the stocks give me evidence we're going to go higher. This one is gambling on the fact that the stocks do go higher. I want to see this white line pick up some momentum from here to trade from there to actually there. But I need some stock support to come with that. And we'll see if we can get it. If any more of these stocks start pushing higher, then I might get a second run on that. But maybe interlong, Simon, hit the rewind button and go back to the start of the show. I literally explain every bit of it, and I even give the lesson on this indicator I use. Any giveaways? No, don't ask for the giveaways, please. All right. What makes you enter longs? Holding longs. Yeah, longs. Should be all right. Again, blue to blue is always a pivot. This is another one. We have a kind of a hedge pressure calculation here that I can support for a pivot. It's not held strong for most of the day. I hope it goes today, but we'll see. And see anything on this. But yeah, I had another 10K day today, which is pretty nice. These are still evals, so that is not real profit yet. But these are all on their way to becoming funded pretty soon. Did somebody really give Pat $1 million? No, nobody gave Pat $1 million. You gotta know right now, Pat's such a big jokester. He's just goofing around. He's one of our favorite jokesters out there. He's just goofing off. Go, baby, go. Yeah, hopefully run, yeah. All right. Get the heck. Go. 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 So one account still has a runner on it, which is good. We need the fan? Oh, by all means. I wonder if there's an emoji fan. I've been wondering this because there's so many emojis on this thing here. So maybe I could find like a fan. I know my drawings are really good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like the best artist on the planet when it comes to drawing on trading charts. Like nobody's anywhere close to being able to draw fans as awesome as I do. But maybe there's a ceiling fan or some kind of fan emoji. Oh, uh-oh. We got a magnet, guys. I never knew there was a magnet emoji. So let's go ahead and put the magnet here. Remember, when it comes to charts and trading, the more clutter and the more emojis you have, the better the trading system. This is actually a fact. Let's see. There's got to be a fan here. Hold on. There's a toilet. Okay, we don't want the toilet. That's the wrong thing. We don't want this market to flush. We want this market to fly. So what do we got in here? It's like a shield, a sword, a cigarette, a coffin. We don't want the coffin either. There's a magnet. I mean, this isn't a fan, but I mean, it kind of like is as close as we can get, right? This is a radar dish. So let's just draw that. Let's just draw it like that. All right, that'll work. All right, so this is my trading strategy, right? The rockets emoji. The more drawings that you have on a chart, the more clutter, the more emojis, the more lights and sounds and neon colors, the better the system. This is a rule of thumb of guru trading systems. Make sure these things are loaded with emojis. You're going to really have a good time. For 3 easy payments of $3,999, this can all be yours. I'll put the magnets in chat. That's so funny. Ah, yes. Emojis for the win. Let's go. This is a fan, right? It's not really a fan, but it's close enough. Is there a whoosh? Oh, there is a whoosh emoji. All right, let's see if I can do it. Again, I don't know. We're not getting any better lineup to bet that we go higher highs. In reality, the smart thing to do would be to close my position unless I get some evidence that the stocks are pushing slightly higher. So watch me be the smartest person in the room and just take profit. Let me just close everything out. Because originally my suspicion was I wasn't getting enough. I was going to bet that the stocks keep moving. And while my trade is to go to there, the fact is I'm not getting a lot of extra movement from all the stocks. Maybe I'm happy with the profit I made. I might as well take it, right? Every one of my accounts are green today. I can't complain. I've had such a good day. Just like the poll said. How's Matt doing so well? Is it because IDOC's trading for me or Pickle's trading for me? It's mostly just because I don't take abnormal amounts of risk. All right, so let's get the final update. I'm kind of too lazy to add all this up, but I'm sure you guys can add it up for me. It's been one hell of a day. It's been really nice. So every single one of my accounts, with the exception of my funded live account, I don't trade my live account with without being A+ setups or A setups because it has DLL on it, right? The live accounts have DLL. I'm not a big fan of DLL, to be honest, but I don't want to trade B setups with chop with DLL. So there we go. Whatever that ends up being, y'all add that up for me. I'm kind of lazy, but do I have a whoosh? There's a whoosh, right? Is that 13,000 Lee Jones? 573? Oh, congrats. Congrats, Matt. Thank you, guys. Now remember, the top half is still eval, so they're not passed yet. So it's not real. The profit is just the one at the bottom. These are my funded accounts down here. So I can't claim quote unquote 10K day because not all of it's actual profit yet. Just sim profit for now. Where is that whoosh? There's got to be a whooshy whoosh. There it is. That's good enough. This is much better than the radar dish. There we go. Remember, the more emojis, the better in any trading system. And this was to trade from blue to blue, right where that magnet is. And as soon as it hits there, if I was still in a long, I'd close out. That's pretty good, right? I'm going to say that this is probably where I would exit my trade. I wouldn't be fighting for any more, even though I'm not bearish this market. Another telltale sign of what's going on is when market squeezes like this or moves with curvature like that, it's more of a short squeeze than it is long pressure. Just a little bit of short covering on some stocks. Very nice and rapid. Right to my magnet. All right, guys. Well, as you see, this is really nice. It's hard in a short squeeze to see the market drop anywhere, right? Because honestly, short squeezes are very powerful. And without volatility, you're not going to see the drops. You guys paying attention to my screen? Because I don't think anything's going to drop.
What's the truth? What's the deal? MyFunded TV giveaway. Promises shining like a matinee. Win or lose, it's all a play.
I'm rocking my MyFunded TV shirt today. It just comes on, like, I feel like I'm like, thank you guys in the back end. What an awesome giveaway. I didn't even see what it was, but I feel like David Copperfield, the magician, where I'm just like, you know, I got like the and I summon the code on stream for you guys. Thank you guys. Oh, you're welcome. Well, that's, you know, that's what I love about MyFunded TV. These guys, they bless you guys so much. Now, as you see from my stream, the radar dish whoosh fan magnet emoji pattern works every time. I'm just kidding. But that was fun. We had fun with this. I know. This is a pretty predictable move from here to here. I didn't have much evidence that we would push higher on the bull side as this was getting lower. And it didn't push on the bull side. It just had a short squeeze there. In all honesty, this is probably the high of the day. And if I was still in a trade, I would flatten everything out. But man, what a heck of a trade. All the way up to 23,421 to a T on my pivot. Exactly. How about that, right? That was cool. Thank you guys for the codes, by the way. Chat, did y'all have fun? Fat Dubs, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, of course, you guys. That's awesome. Very cool, very cool. Very nice. You hate how it's typed? I know. Hey, so producers, there is a way that you can, somebody was telling me there's a way that you can do some kind of bulk thing with chat. I would say, I'm going to research this and see if we can't figure out a way to do that instead of the code. Like there's ways you can interact with the chat and I don't know. Somebody said there's a way to do it. I'll have to look into it. Make it really easy, like a random. There's some new features, I think, with YouTube. But anyways. But then we have to give you a code and you guys got to go again. It's tough. It's tough to do like the mechanics of the giveaway, right? In general, you guys, but congrats to all the winners. You know what I mean? YouTube is not, you have to have you guys actually go get the account. So code is like the best way to do it anyways, but you got to type quick. Y'all keep it this way. It's nice. Yeah. It's fun. Yeah, I think it's fun. Even if you're not winning, it's still fun to play. I always get excited when I win a raffle or get to enter a raffle, even though I know I'm never going to win. I always get excited when it's time for the drawing. And you guys have like a 1 in, what is it? Like, let's see, 1,000 people watching right now. I'm guessing maybe 900 people. And they give away like 20. So, you know, it's like a 1 in 50 chance. That's not bad. 2% chance? Cut the music. LOL. Like that epic. That's like the most epic sounding intro music to a brand I've ever heard of. It was like AI Celine Dion, like just belting out. Yeah. So do you guys questions about my trade setup today? Let me delete the emojis. It's not just being silly. But questions that you guys have about the setup. It was a pretty straightforward day. I didn't touch the short button once. Out the door, I longed at half gap, closed out. I longed at half gap, added to the position, closed out. I built a position here, added a couple of accounts, closed out. And it's a very straightforward day. This was pretty simple, very textbook. And I didn't get any of my strong pivots to play off of. All of my strong stuff was down below, like way down in here. So I had my B setups to play with. B setups, I rotate my accounts. Quickly, little lesson on account rotating. I essentially will do roughly like 1 to 2 accounts on a B setup of all of them at a time. I either get the profit and loss, and then I move to the next set. Profit and loss, move to the next set. If I lose, they go at the end of the list, and I eventually cycle back to it. With my A setups, I'll usually do like maybe like of these accounts, usually like 4 to 6, give or take. And then if it's an A plus setup, I'll usually do like 6 to 10. Like I'll have like, or 6 to 12. I'll usually like do all but a couple of accounts, just so some of them can survive just in case of a weird thing. So if I have like a super A plus setup, an example would be an A and an A plus are next to each other and we fall to it. I'll usually long in all of my accounts but 2, all but 2, because it's super confluence, right? I always leave a couple flat just in case the worst case scenario happens. I do have some survivors. If it's a B setup, I do only maybe 1 to 2. So it's the opposite. And then anywhere between like an A plus setup, I'll do like 4 to 6. Then I rotate my accounts in. An example is, let's pretend that market was like trading here. And I had some B setups and the market opens here and then dives back down to there with positive res. And I got 13 accounts to play with. I'll long at 2 with a stop there. If the market falls and 2 of them stop out, then I've got accounts 3 through 13 to aim at right there, with accounts 1 and 2 now with the loss as accounts 14 and 15 on the list of what I do. So I rotate them down at the bottom of the list, and the market falls down to here. Ooh, I can hit it with all but 2. Okay, so I'll hit with all the rest of them there. And if that trade takes off and they hit profit target, I'll close out. Congrats, they're winners. As soon as I hit profit target, they come off the list altogether. And then say that we fall back down to there. I'll hit it with the last 2 accounts just one more time. If they fail and go down to there, and I stop out at max DLL or something, I stop. These actually don't have DLL, so I can keep attacking them. If I were to long there at 630 and 629, you guys know me, I'll actually trade at both of them. So I'd actually plan with the last 2 accounts that were red to long 1 right there and then long 1 right there. And normally I wouldn't split it up, but now I'm just trying to turn 2 accounts green. Let me long 1 right there, double down with another one there, add to each of the accounts there, and then stop out of all of it for one final go to see if I run. If the market just crashes out and that loses, then I only busted 2 accounts and won on all the other ones. But I'm actually taking the ones that had the B setup that took a loss, and now they're the ones that are trading at the A pluses, the super A's. And so those are really, the rotating accounts is really the trick to actually just turning all your accounts as green as you can by not putting all your eggs in one basket. It's a very cool trick. I'll teach more about it in my afternoon session if you guys come out to my stream tonight. Yeah. We'll do that this afternoon. Tell you a little bit more about it. Do I have a set amount of loss to exit one more account, enter another? No, I don't. That's the thing. I don't let myself have a set loss per day. I'm different than most traders. And the reason for that is because I'm so good at what I do. I'm not saying I'm good at trading. That's not a brag. I'm so good at managing my position the way that I do it. I'm so fine detailed about it. I trust the statistics of 80 and 90% setups. I'll attack it every time. Even if I lose 5 or 10 times in a row, I still attack it. So nothing ever tells me I've lost too much and I'm done. I'll trade. If I have an account that has 50K buffer and I take 2,000 loss each time, I'll make 25 trades a day. I'll trade this until it's zero. I'll attack it every time. That's why we have songs in my stream that says every single time. For statistical based trading, I must attack every time. For the odds to play out, I have to take every attempt, right? And so that's really how statistics work. And therefore, I don't have a set loss limit. That's a great question, though. I have a set loss limit per trade, and that's it. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. So rotating my accounts around is a very good strategy. You'll never see me ever copy trade. Copy trading it's just like if you have 10,000 in your account and your broker says, I'm going to give you $500 margins. And you're like, oh, cool. I can go buy 20 E-mini contracts. You're never going to do that. That's just way too much risk. And therefore, if you have 20 accounts to play with, you're not like, well, it's all in long at one spot. Bad decision making. Remember, the secret to making money in trading is not predicting the direction of the market. It's managing how much you're betting. That's really the only important part. Rotating your accounts correctly and trading the right size. When I rotate the accounts, we have a set amount of loss on each account. And it's the amount of ticks. So I don't have a monetary loss. I allow myself to take the number of points or ticks on my stop. So normally the S&P and NASDAQ in a non-volatile environment will be 10 and 40 points respectively of whatever position I choose. And I commit to whatever trade size I know I can handle. Yeah. Awesome session. Yeah, appreciate that, Monica. Which, by the way, we have about 5 minutes left. I'll let you guys know in a little bit. You guys know I stream on YouTube, and I'll finish out the day over there. You guys are always welcome to go to my channel in a little bit when we close out here. Here's the link. We got about 5 more minutes still. I typed it in chat. You guys can hang out with me in the afternoon as we close out here. Was it bad? Somebody said, I'm reading your comments here. Maz, an awesome session. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. You're bored at trading. You just want a random poker tournament, dude. I mean, it's good. Good to have W's, man. Good deal. You guys have any questions for me about anything I talked about today? I gave you guys a lesson in gapping mechanics. I gave you a lesson in confluence with the stocks. And I also gave you a lesson with gauging if the market's at highs or not. The idea that earlier today I told you I don't think that we're breaking all-time highs and continuing to go because we don't have more power from the stocks pushing it higher. It's actually less powerful. Even this move kind of like surprised me because the rest of this was fueled by short squeeze. It really shouldn't have broken that. And the fact that it pushed up there, I did exit my target right here. I exited because I didn't think we'd break highs. And now that it is, I'm not jumping in on this trying to take it long even further. As a matter of fact, probability is pretty high that this comes down to there. And we'll see. But like I said, my judgment call is pretty good on this. Taking the long here, exiting right there. And I justified every part of the move. You guys got to watch it live. This is what trading's all about. So if you guys want to watch people trade live, it's really good if someone can explain, hopefully, every part of what they're doing. And maybe, hopefully, you learn something. So what's my bias right now? My bias right now is nothing right now until everything gets better. My bias is not bearish. My bias is not to short this. But my bias is we might end up closer to somewhere in here to close out the day. So as for now, there is no further momentum I can see on the charts. We have earnings, big earnings next week. We've got earnings yesterday. Market's chopping around. VIX is too clean for the market to sell off quickly on bad news. But what I do in moments like this is wait for some kind of news to come through and give me a red candle so I can jump in on. All day today, I waited, got the red, bought the dip, got the red, bought the dip. And do the same thing. Don't forget about Best Buy. Oh, yeah. They're going to be knocking on my door in like 3 minutes. So I do got to go in a little bit. I get the Best Buy coming over here to take a look at my TV and stuff. I got a TV, a brand new Samsung, but it resets itself and turns off randomly like every minute. Something weird's going on with it. But that's it. You made a spreadsheet that calculates your position size and scales quarterly amount of win or loss after every trade to ensure you don't hit DLR or blow up. It's working very well. That's awesome, dude. That's really awesome. And good traders will always have some kind of tool or spreadsheet or calculator so they can make sure they're monitoring how much risk they're taking. I've got it open right now. I always have one open. All righty. Make sure my dog doesn't chew up the remote this time. I know. All right, guys, thanks for tuning in. I do have 2 minutes, so anything you guys have for me before I go? Is my stop loss predefined or I manage it more in trees? Okay, my stop loss it's a good question. I have a general rule of thumb. I stop one strike distance equivalent on SPY and QQQ in futures. What that means is on futures and NASDAQ, it's 40 points in non-volatile environment below a strong pivot and 10 points on S&P below a strong pivot. When markets are volatile, I use a different rule of thumb, is I use the distance of the biggest candle on the 1 minute chart in the last hour as my stop loss. So I use the bigger of the two numbers. And every given like non-volatile day, these candles are gonna be less than 40 points. So I just stay at 40. If somehow the market's volatile and we're getting like 70 point drops on the candle, then I know I can have 70 point stop. Because that's twice as big as my normal stop, I'll trade with half of the size of the position so that the money amount is different. So rule of thumb, in most environments, 10 and 40. In volatile environments, it could be more if the candles are moving faster. And as you see, guys, I'm going to finish off the show by saying, look at how smart it was to get out where I did. Brain power, baby. Let's go. So I'm going to get out of here. Thank you, fans of the show. Thank you, friends. Thank you, audience. Thank you, mods. Thank you, MyFundedTV, for another yet awesome session. One of the fastest growing streams on the planet for trading, MyFundedTV. And thank you guys for the giveaway. We appreciate that. And thank all you guys for supporting the show, hitting the like button, and being here every single day to be here to trade with us. I'm Matt. I'm out of here. We'll see you later. Head over to my stream if you're going to hang out for the rest of the day, and we'll be there listening to some good tunes and making some trades. Love y'all. We'll see y'all later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance.